Yarabuna Jali Juk Ayana Baledna Mamurta Sudan Mujaja Mafira Dena Jalna Maidin Painana Rabuna Belena 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 Jaban Min Zaman Yarabuna Jali Juk Ayana Baledna Mamurta Sudan Mujaja Mafira Dena Jalna Maidin Painana Rabuna Belena, Belena, Belena Taban Min Zaman Yarabuna Jali Juk Ayana Baledna Mamurta Sudan Mujaja Mafira Lena Jalna Maidin Painana Rabuna Ya Jab Sudan Ya Kwana Shidel Kumbalet Yu Mushakil Galbi Miten Berta Miten Berta Galbi Miten Berta Ya Jab Sudan Ya Kwana Shidel Kumbalet Yu Mushakil Galbi Miten Berta Miten Berta Galbi Miten Berta Jab Sudan Ya Kwana Shidel Kumbalet Yu Mushakil Galbi Miten Berta Miten Berta Galbi Miten Berta Beke dajan kum ya Sudan shit el kum ya jama shit el kum ya jama Rabbuna bisai Ana beke dajan kum ya Sudan shit el kum ya jama shit el kum ya jama Rabbuna bisai Bleeding in Sudan, Lord our God, come and stop bloodshed, our land not comfort. Sudanese are finished because of war between us. Our children terminate among of other laws. Our blood bleeding in Sudan, Lord our God, come and stop bloodshed, our land not comfort. Sudanese are finished because of war between us. Our children terminate among of other laws. You Sudanese, be careful, we all have problem. When will I be happy? And then be happy. When will I be happy? You Sudanese, be careful, we all have problem. When will I be happy? And then be happy. When will I be happy? I'm crying about you. Sudanese, be careful, my people, who take care of my parents. God bless you. I'm crying about you. Sudanese, be careful, my people, who take care of my parents. God bless you. Arzidum na jinubda, yauta shaifinu, alela jinubda fiyadanda, yalla yalla yalla, yalla yakwana. Di Sudan jadid, sejauhlena salah. Arzidum na jinubda, yauta shaifinu, alela jinubda fiyadanda, yalla yalla yalla, yalla yakwana. Di Sudan jadid, sejauhlena salah. سيبوا مشاكل بينتكم هاي من زمان في جنوبنا في ناس كتير بموت سنبلة عليه لما في عيدل بموت سنبلة السودان سلام يجمل قلوبنا ما دايرين تبرقا دمنا واحد وربنا واحد ما في قبلية بيننا سيبوا مشاكل بينتكم هاي من زمان في جنوبنا في ناس كتير بموت سنبلة عليه لما في عيدل بموت سنبلة السودان سلام يجمل قلوبنا ما دايرين تبرقا دمنا واحد وربنا واحد ما في قبلية بيناتنا. Don't.
Hi, welcome back again, Nile Nation Network viewers. We greet you all. Thank you so much for the commitment that you make. Thank you for coming and also joining us on this show. Please, as we are starting, try to share so we can all come and express our views. First of all, I would like to say a word of apology for the inconvenience that happened last week. Also, our apologies also today again. We started late for the reason we were about to have on our show here to interview the governor of Upper Nile State. But it was very unfortunate after a good agreement, but we couldn't get hold of him. I think he's still mourning there. He was excited to come and join us, but it was very unfortunate that we couldn't get hold of him. But we will try our best for next time to organize well with him so we can get him to come and answer some of our questions. And the same thing also we look into, not that just only the governor of Upper Nile, but maybe we can also try to get contacts of other governors, and also we can interview them. But for today, what we're going to be doing, we will go to the initial program that we set up for today. We're going to continue talking about the impediments of implementation of the peace agreement in South Sudan. And we were thinking also to continue maybe in the few weeks to come, also to look into the same program we talked about it last time, the peace in Upper Nile, where I think people were suggesting that they are looking for the leaders of the communities in Upper Nile to come and also debate and also prepare themselves with maps and things like that. That is still program to come. We will let you know exactly when it's going to be. And we are planning for the future. We will talk also about a lot of things happening in South Sudan, like the land grabbing and all these kind of things. We will be talking about them. Also, the flood that is happening. A lot of things we will be talking about it. But let us leave it till that time come. Today program, yes, I would like to acknowledge that we have on the studio with us, we have Simon and Mabor Kong in control, and me, Pal, and also Uto and William Duck. As we're going to continue, we will play for you few videos, and then we will react on those videos. And those videos, we will start with uh, one of the videos as the ambassador, the permanent ambassador uh, of U.S. In UN. She make a speech last time about the peace in South Sudan. Let us listen into that, and from there we will watch another video from, I think it's from Radio Miraya. No, it's from iRadio, and also where I think the Minister of Defense Angelina Tang was also interviewed, and she have some answer for a few questions. And also there is another video we will play later on. Let us just watch, and then we will react into those videos as they finish later on. So just let me share with you the screen and bear with us as we're going to be playing those videos.
Thanking all of you for your warm welcome. I'm honored to be here for my first official Security Council briefing, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you. I also join you again in thanking the United Kingdom for their successful presidency. Thank you, Special Representative Shearer, for your briefing today. The United States deeply appreciates your service and accomplishments as the Special Representative of Secretary General. You have greatly contributed to the pursuit of lasting peace in South Sudan, and we owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude for your dedication. Thank you, sir. We also welcome the Secretary General's appointment of Nicholas Haysom as your successor. And thank you, Ms. Nasiwa, for your briefing on the situation in South Sudan from the perspective of civil society. It's so good to see you again and to see that you're still working hard to bring peace to South Sudan. You and your colleagues continue to inspire peace builders around the world. You're making the world a better, more peaceful place, and we are in awe of your courage. Thank you. Voices like Jacqueline's are so important. Civil society, particularly women in civil society, must be heard during our discussions in the Council on issues of international peace and security. Their ears are on the ground. They see and understand what no one else does. And at times they suffer like no one else does. So during our presidency this month and beyond, We are putting civil society front and center at the highest levels of international diplomacy and decision-making. The United States unequivocally condemns acts of intimidation and reprisals against civil society briefers who engage with the Council or any part of the United Nations. This is a personal issue for me. When I was Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, I visited South Sudan many times and worked with its leaders to help support the nascent nation. I care deeply about the forward progress of this nation. So I was pleased when 1 year ago, South Sudan's leaders announced their commitment to form the revitalized Transitional Government of National Unity. In doing so, they reaffirmed their commitment to implementation of the 2018 peace agreement. This was a critical step toward restoring stability, peace, and prosperity in South Sudan, and we acknowledge the action South Sudan's leaders have taken to advance the peace process. Nevertheless, we know that this peace is fragile, and we need to see more steady progress toward a lasting power-sharing agreement to keep that peace intact. Today, I want to discuss three aspects of the situation in South Sudan. Deep, serious concerns about increased violence and hunger, necessary next steps in place in the peace process, and finally, the vital role of UNMISS in advancing South Sudan toward peace. First, we must talk about the violence and hunger in South Sudan. Although direct conflict between parties to the peace agreement is currently diminished, the violence has not stopped. Subnational fighting has simply surged in South Sudan. And worse, we are extremely concerned by indications that political actors are directly involved. That's not peace, and that is not acceptable. This violence exacerbates an already devastating humanitarian situation. An estimated 7 million people face severe food insecurity. Conflict, severe floods, a microeconomic crisis, and the impacts of COVID-19 have compounded to make the hunger situation dire. These shocks disproportionately impact women and girls who are also subject to increased violence and exploitations. They are suffering from the food crisis more than anyone. In late December, global experts publicly warned about a likely famine in one area of Nile State. The second time in 4 years, the country has experienced starvation and extremely critical levels of acute malnutrition at scale. Experts also warned that populations in other areas, in the absence of humanitarian assistance, are in immediate danger of starving to death. South Sudanese government officials have blocked the timely release of credible food security data, delaying warnings of this catastrophe and putting lives at risk. Worse, government officials and other parties continue to impede humanitarian access to populations in need of assistance. This cannot be tolerated by the international community. We call on South Sudan's leaders to stop the violence and ensure the immediate de-escalation of subnational conflict. We call on them to prevent human rights abuses and violations. And we call on them to allow unimpeded humanitarian access to those in need, especially those who are starving or staring death in the face. Second, we must discuss the necessary steps in the South Sudan peace process. Accelerating implementation of the 2018 peace agreement is essential to ensuring South Sudan. Stalling on the peace agreement risks the return of widespread political violence. We are committed to working together with the transitional government, the region, the international community, and the Security Council to encourage progress on the full implementation of the peace agreement, paving the way for credible elections and a peaceful transition. To make progress toward peace, the leaders of South Sudan need to take urgent steps forward on governance and security arrangements. In terms of governance, it's far past time to establish the Transitional National Legislative Assembly. Its absence prevents South Sudan from advancing the legislation necessary to support lasting peace. It is also imperative that the transitional government make progress on drafting the Constitution and strengthening the Electoral Commission. Proper governance and real transition out of civil war must include the full, effective, and meaningful participation of women. We welcome the appointment of 3 women deputy governors, but we're worried about South Sudan's failure to ensure 35% women's representation in the transitional government. This peace agreement stipulation must be respected. We remain alarmed by the continued high incidence of gender-based violence, including by members of the security services and other armed groups. That is simply unacceptable. Gender-based violence cannot be used as a weapon of conflict. On security, the peace process requires security services to be vetted, trained, and unified under a single chain of command. Until that happens, the people of South Sudan will not believe fully in the 2018 peace agreement. We will always recognize when we see progress too. We welcome the recent announcement by the transitional government to proceed with implementing Chapter 5 of the peace agreement, including establishing the hybrid court for South Sudan, the Commission for Truth, Reconciliation and Healing, and the Compensation and Reparations Authority. By implementing these 3 mechanisms with engagement from local civil society, South Sudan helps support truth-telling. And truth-telling is necessary for holding those responsible for atrocities accountable. Finally, I'd like to address the role of UNMISS in furthering the peace process. The United States is currently working with South Sudan, the UN, the Security Council, and other stakeholders on the renewal of the mandate for the UN mission in South Sudan. As South Sudan navigates this fragile transition period, UNMISS remains a critical component of the security, humanitarian, and human rights architecture in the country. The mission is essential for supporting the transitional government to fully implement its peace agreement. Restrictions on UNMISS patrols and movements by South Sudan security forces are an affront to the Security Council. They violate obligations under the Status of Forces Agreement, and they endanger the safety and security of peacekeepers. UNMISS operations protect civilians and save lives. We call on South Sudan's leaders to cease obstruction of the mission and to work with UNMISS as a full partner in the process of transition. The protection of civilians in South Sudan remains an essential task for UNMISS. Given the alarming levels of violence and hunger across the country and lack of progress in the implementation of the peace agreement, we believe any force reduction for UNMISS should be gradual and, importantly, conditional-based too. The ongoing redesignation of protection of civilian sites demands continued close attention by UNMISS, as well as ongoing coordination and transparency with the humanitarian community and displaced persons. The mission must be prepared to respond rapidly should security conditions deteriorate. So let me close by making our position unmistakably clear. We see the situation in South Sudan as precarious. We are worried about the slow pace of the peace process and the levels of violence, and we believe UNMISS has a critical role to play in protecting civilians and supporting peace. So we call upon leaders of South Sudan to accelerate the peace process, the peace agreement, lower levels of violence, work with UNMISS, open the gates for humanitarian access, especially to help with hunger and starvation. This is a critical moment for South Sudan. We, the United States, remains committed to the country and its people, and we will continue to work with the transitional government, the Security Council, UNMISS, humanitarian groups, and all stakeholders to bring peace to South Sudan. Thank you. I resume my function as president of the council.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to stop right there. Before we do any reaction to what, sorry.
So let me take you back in time. We're in Louisiana and it's 1958. I'm being walked to school for the first time by my mother.
Sorry about that. Those are the glitches of the YouTube there. I tried to jump quickly to the next one, but this one was playing on the background. Sorry about that. I would like you also to, before we react into that, I want you to listen to the iRadio. I think they make an interview to Minister of Defense, Angelina Teng. Let us also listen to that. Just bear with us before we start reacting there, or give us your views, because we are still talking about the impediments of the implementation of the peace agreement. We thought that these videos, at least maybe it will bring you to agreement with us why we say there is still some impediments into peace agreement, the implementation of the peace agreement in South Sudan. So listen to this interview. Please bear with us.
Four SSPDF soldiers suspected of killing 2 civilians along Yei-Kaya Road last month have been arrested. And the government has issued new restrictions and penalties, including a £6,000 fine for first-time offenders of the lockdown measures. These stories and more coming to you in this news bulletin with me, Lasuba Memo, and now the news in detail. The Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs has admitted that the cantonment sites for the unified forces have been deserted. Angelina Teng says many soldiers who were waiting for graduation have abandoned the training camps due to lack of food.
I don't even want to talk about cantonment, because cantonment have been abandoned because of food. Maybe people will only come back once food logistics is provided.
Angelina Teng described the failure to graduate the forces as one of the main challenges hindering their implementation of the security arrangements. There are 34 cantonment sites identified by the Joint Defense Board across the country. Some of the soldiers in these sites sleep under trees and are forced to shelter with locals in their mud house, known as tukuls, when it rains. Angelina stated that among them are women who also live under such conditions of no shelter, water, medication, and among others. In October 2019, 3 senior SPLA-I officers in Giri cantonment site in Amadi also died due to lack of medicines and poor sanitation there. Last year, instructors at Rajab Unified Police Training Center with about 7,000 government and opposition forces said 2 trainees died because of poor hygiene and lack of enough medicines. In an exclusive interview with iRadio yesterday, Minister Angelina Teng says the condition at the cantonment camps are worst for female trainees.
In the cantonment centers, the women, of course, becomes a special case because of the special needs. We have women in training centers and cantonment areas. We have been trying as security mechanism. We put all the needs, and some of the needs that were put is actually what we call special dignity kits for women that were supposed to go as part of the logistics that is going. But because of the challenges that we are having in accessing resources, the situation has become so dire for the women. So now what we are pushing for basically to make sure that this force is graduated. They are now already fatigued. Some women went there, they had their babies, some of them were pregnant. The challenges in the training centers is a matter of concern. Now we're pushing that this graduation must happen before the end of March.
The revitalized peace agreement requires the cantonment, screening, and training of 83,000 necessary unified forces to safeguard the peace deal. But their graduation has been postponed on several occasions due to what the government says is a lack of resources. The soldiers and trainees in different training and cantonment sites across the country have accused the government of negligence. 4 SSPDF soldiers suspected of killing 2 civilians along Yei-Kaya Road have been arrested. The officers allegedly killed 40-year-old Yata Yusto and 39-year-old Simon Yusto last month. According to the police commissioner of Yei County, the deceased, who were brothers, were shot and killed while grazing their cattle along the road. Major General Lujang Kamba says the apprehended officers are being held at an army garrison in Yei.
I'm gonna stop right there because I think that part there is not relevant to what we heard about what Angelina said there. And finally, I'm gonna show you another video for the new governor of Warab State, the new appointed governor of Warab State. And we will ask Brother Mabor with his language ability to understand, so he can only translate for us the thing that we need. Not every word that was said there, because some of the word could be a little bit not professional. So, but he can just later on will summarize it for us. What did the governor, the new governor, Honorable Aleu, say there? Okay, I'm gonna share with you, okay, the video again. Okay. And also bear with me. Is it good to Like we play a little bit and Mabor do the interpretation. Okay, we're gonna play it all. Goran maren far ban aje tujang dam kakat. Wah juara bara ke juara tabam ni ya ke bayin kwel. Yang juara we ke kai ni to baga je junu. Ya ke juara ke je junu. Yang mo bagi ya. Ya mo bagi ya ka wa twe. Rin ke ngwan ni juru ji ye butial fi. Twe wa le ke twe wan aje juru ji dial we. Uchi wa twe ka. Uchi twe tu mana umala. Juara ni ke dai to ya. Ye butial fi. Juara. Rin ke tim ku.
Mangyay koy ko ka bawar kul birun madui. We ki ba me dani na ka ba ku jang tang yu ko loy ka dam jinu. Emat yang nyor da. Emat yang nyor tu. Emat yang nyor wan itang de ben lo. Mat yang nyor wan wara ci luy na ja. Ci cha ci ne kel tu ji ku jol ra kwal du ko ga pen ni yam ni ma. A ci dam lo am da ko ba da kwal dani. Ada tat kum sun. Ada petaku na alena mbia ko. Char. Char di jawi pan warab. Ujala di chol warab dila pan wona da ka cin kri rer. Pan chol warab wa wi ga. Warab chol warab wa yo. Gogiye. Ni don gara war kai wa yo. Gogiye. Gar bale ni jatu ke. Gogiye. Ko da mara kan ku tori. Gogiye. Gubak kun ko. Gubak kun man. Dagake. Agake. Yek lagwe ken ki chol lona de ino ke in the box. Kiyam ni bangkun lagwe ke yan ki chol top rap era scripty. Kala man chen num liab ban. Ajo man ji be num liab. Yek ka bangkun chen askare botal. Wachina askare right. Ana tabi right, tabi pas. Eno bukai right. No bukan right, bukan ya bukan. Bukan. Ya bukan. Itu lu tabi mau kalau loy. Nah, lenye kita mat pun yenye ka yiksedo, ka bukan ya bukan mia. Aku balik mesti le tayin kan ren, baik jom nabi pun nom dan geraksu. Amu gua le tayin kan, amu gua ayo tayin je. Jadi kita geraksu. Ya thì chứ bạn của lá su của qua tụ bạn các cái lối cái toàn này nó đã làm với cái đằng cua là quay cái ta cái cũng cầu là su cái cua đây là cua mà cái yêu cái màu chút cái yêu màu chút thế nó làm gà gìกันlàm mà yêu mồi thế nó làm mà cua nghe mẹ liu cô à ta rồi cái ơi đâu mẹ ơi nào à cái quay ơi đâu mẹ chị quay bên em mới đi chụp cái chụp đi ra chụp cái chụp mà cái chân mẹ em bây giờ lại phát thì nó bao cái này cho một cô bây giờ lại phát thì nó bao loạn cái mình tin là nó cái này là bây giờ giờ là mà nào phương cái cho đi bao qua cái đấy gì chỉ là nó bây giờ gì chỉ là nó chỉ cùng nó gì là cái món gì cần nó chùa cam nó phải cho chùa cam nó qua luôn cái bây giờ là cái quanh muốt qua cha cu mà cái gì vậy liệp treo trên quay quanh chú các quê mình tin cái này băng bay mình tin này cái ui bị bài ra quay qua rồi cu mà mình ra cái băng cài cu mà chú các quê mình đâu quay qua chú các quê
So we're going to stop there. And of course, we're going to put a lot of burden now into our colleague here, Mabor, so he can give us some interpretation of the points that he jotted down right there. So, Mabor, the floor is yours. If you can please give us insight of the interpretation, like give us some interpretation of what the governor was saying there. That is, I think, I believe, the graduation of Tuek 2. That is the name of that division there, Tuek 2, something like that.
Thank you. Peace upon South Sudanese. Brothers and sisters who are watching, please take anything from my mouth and take it from there, and please do not interpret what I say with the wrong way. I'm going with what I hear in the video, and you can give me an excuse. I got echo. I got echo. Okay, thank you. Now it's okay now. So anything that come out from my mouth, please do not interpreting it wrongly. It's what I hear from the video. For those who speak Denka, you may know that in Denka, there's a bunch of words that are not connected. I may say a word within a Padang language, and I may say a word within Greater Bargadal language in Denka. And also, too, you can even differentiate them within people of Lake State or Jonglei. So, what I will start for, he was coming from overseas. I'm sorry for that. He come from Juba. A day that he were going to do inauguration for his government, but after he arrived in Kwajok, he got some military already being graduated. He was not the one who graduated them, but he got them already being armed within that day. I don't know, within that day or the first day that he arrived. We don't know. And the half of the military is not yet graduated. So you have to take it from what he said. He said, I was not coming here for you. I was coming here going to somewhere, but I come direct across to where you guys are graduated, which is, it might be in that day or it might be a day before. So, and he said, when I'm coming here, I'm very glad that I found you. You finished your training as a Twig 2, and Matsianganyor 2. Those who are not graduated are Matsianganyor. Those who graduated are Twig 2. And this one who are not graduated, if you could see the video, are Matsianganyor 2. If you don't hear it, that's what he said. I can even quote in Denka, and if someone try to discorrect me, he say, "Wake, kochika loy graduate ka, we are 2, who kochika loy graduate, we are Matsianganyor hero." So that's what he said. It mean those who got graduated, we have a uniform and have a military, have a gun, are 2. And those who are not graduated are Matsianganyor 2. So that's what he said. And he said, because I tried to summarize short. And he said, for you, Matsianganyor 2, who is not graduated, do not be hostile, do not get mad. We are going to graduate you soon as possible, because the president already done what he can to bring your uniform and your gun. That's the word that comes from his mouth. And he said, for you, 2, you are 2. And he said, you remember, no, Mr. Makak Gill, I will come into that. There are 2 things that he said. He said, you remember, you must, you too. The first already been finished.
Don't distract yourself with the comments. Please just give us what you heard. I know he say the first Matianganyor, they are gone. They did their part, and from there they left. Something like that. That is the Matianganyor one. So he said that.
Yes.
But anyway, don't distract yourself, please, with the comments.
Okay,
Just tell us what you hear, what you heard.
Yes. Thank you. He said, you too. Why you got called too? Because the first which is echo.
Keep going.
Yeah, you have an echo.
Keep going.
Okay. So he said, too. You remember, the first has been finished. It's finished by the Northern Sudan at war, and the only two people remain. He mentioned one person that I could not hear very well the name of the person plus himself. So he said they are the only two who remain. They are the only two who remain. All other Tuktuk has been cut down by Arab. So nobody left. So he's that the only two people who remain. That he mentioned the person name and he mentioned himself. And he said, you, this Tuktuk, I think you are going to go cut a wood. You are going to cut a wood. Which wood you are going to cut? And they say it's a criminal. And he said, okay, those criminal, you have to cut them one by one. And the criminal was in Warab and the criminal was in the New Land. We are graduating you now, your job, and I have been given this uniform by my president when I was going to his office after I want to consult him. He said, you have to wear your uniform. You have to come as a military with your rank in full. And that's why I wear my uniform and I go front of him in the office, and he said, this is your work. You have to go and do this job. Otherwise, myself, that's what he said. Otherwise, that's what he said, the governor. He said, otherwise, if you fail to do it, myself, I will come to Warab. I will be the governor if you fail to do so. And he jumped. He said, for you, Matsianganyor, too, you remember, the first Matsianganyor done his job. He go every corner within South Sudan, and he done his job. What left from Matsianganyor escaped and sell his gun, and now they may be around, even some of them may be already inside you here. Maybe they are coming to come and receive a gun again, and they can go and sell them like those who escape from where they escape, they sell their gun. I don't want this gun to be sold again. Otherwise, I will consider you as a criminal, and I will be going after you. And he said, I'm not happy. A military like you that has been trained, and now I'm giving you a gun, and you will be punished by a civilian like me, the people of Tony. He said, like the people of Luach who punish 80 people from military, and they are a civilian. He said these civilians are the people that was a normal people. And now they become the dangerous that we need to take them back to be in normality where they used to be. And instead, they will turn against us to kill us. We will not accept that. We have to give them a punish that they need. So, and he goes on, because there's some word that he said that in language is not a good word that should be translated, because in that case, I can rest my case from here because I summarized it although there's some shooting word that said with no respect to any human being. That we cannot.
Yeah. Thank you, Mabor. I think even some of us here, we can hear some words here and there, right? And even I can quote one when he tell them that there is no any tree that they don't know in all these forests, something like that. Like they know all the trees. So anyway, let us go to our main topic. As I told you guys, we're going to be continuing with the impediments of the implementation of the peace agreement. We know that there is issues that hinder the peace agreement to be implemented fully. That's why, for that reason, I play the video of the permanent, I think, ambassador of United States in UN, right? And you heard from her word that she was saying this peace is not the real peace unless it has to be implemented fully, right? And she mentioned something about implementation of Chapter 5, where the hybrid court need to be formed so justice can be prevailed, things like that. Peace and reconciliation, renewing the UNMIS or UN task there or duties. So even the US, okay, they are convinced that what is going on, if it is not implemented fully and in letter and spirit, is really it's not a real peace. And that is what we want to air out here to South Sudanese. And let us be careful of what taking place. Also, we play for you the video from Angelina, the interview with iRadio with Angelina, where the Minister of Defense herself, she acknowledged that yes, there is issues of implementation of the peace agreement. Cantonments area are deserted, no one there, because there is no certain logistic. But also in the same hand, why I play this video for the governor of Warab State, so you can see some contradiction here. First of all, is those forces that are graduated, is it part of the unified force? From their mandate, what he just told them there, I don't think that they are part of the unified forces. And we know their task is to go after the thieves, which they mentioned thieves of the Warab State, and the Nuer, which come from the neighboring Unity State. So they have a very clear task. To me, that is another problem where supposed to be the army should be really trained and graduated, and they have to do what the army do, the national army do, protect the nationalists from any invasion coming from outside. What the work that they are given mandate for is supposed to be a work of police, right? Supposed to be, I will be really happy if I saw that was a police that being graduated, right? That will be really a good thing. Again, we look into, the logistic that the Minister of Defense that are fighting for to get the armies that are in cantonments and training camps to be get ready and graduated. But guess what? Those Tuareg, they have the privilege that they can have new guns, and we know the army embargo is there, but where did they get these guns, right? And they are very new, right? And also they get uniform. They mean that they get graduated, mean that even the food was supplied to them, medicine was supplied to them. So they are ready. They were ready for the mission that they were getting for. So I know Otto, William, you are there in the studio with us. Please, I need your input. Okay. Yeah, come in.
Yes, after you was playing the last video, that's a clip that you left for European Union representative is in that video also too, the video iRadio. So you're supposed to play that so you can hear from him. You mute yourself.
Yeah, so thank you for reminding me because it started going somewhere two individual that was killed and things like that. So I thought that is done there. But as you guys preparing yourself, I need your input. I need your argument. Like try to also put your comment into all these three videos that we play, right? You can analyze them one by one, and then we take chances. Like I will give every 5 minutes or 10 minutes to any of you there, so we can continue talking about this. Let me play this video, the continuation of the iRadio. So we will also hear from what the European Union was saying also about South Sudan. Thanks, Mabur, for reminding me with that. Just bear with us.
February, two boys were actually murdered, was shot dead by name Yakani Yusto, age 40 years, occupation the farmer. Then the second one is Simon Yusto. If we can see the names, they are all brothers. This one is 38 years. Two of them are actually murdered. And when we got the information, we were able to mobilize the security apparatus in Yei. After we are able actually to apprehend some suspects, and 4 suspects were actually arrested. They are now in the military custody. But the case was...
Are we, all of us intact, paying attention to what has been said here?
The surrounding, actually the killing of the
William, Otto.
Yeah. General Rujang added that 2 other fishermen were also killed last week by armed men in Yei. Last year, the mobile military court was launched in Yei River County to try government soldiers accused of committing crimes including rape, looting, killings, and harassment since the outbreak of the conflict in 2016. At least 26 South Sudanese People's Defense Forces soldiers are known to have been convicted by the military court in Yei so far. You're listening to iRadio News. The government has issued new restrictions and penalties, including fines ranging between 6,000 and 60,000 pounds for offenders of the lockdown measures. The penalties were announced on Monday alongside the extended additional 1-month lockdown by the National Task Force on Coronavirus. They target those violating the closure of learning institutions and a ban on sports activities, social events, and places of worship, bars and nightclubs, among others. Waja Emmanuel has more.
The penalties will also be imposed on people not observing social distancing, wearing masks, crowd in public and private vehicles, border borders, and rickshaws. According to the order, the National Task Force stipulated that first-time violators shall be fined £6,000. Those holding social events such as birthdays, weddings, funeral rites, community meetings, or attending seminars, rallies, conferences will be fined £7,800. Increasing the number of passengers in public vehicles will amount to a penalty of £7,800. Other penalties target health facilities not authorized to admit confirmed COVID-19 cases and individuals who deliberately refuse to quarantine in designated centers. These violators will be fined £60,000, £32,000, and £16,000 respectively. If you do not observe the social distancing rule, you will be fined £6,000. The task force says a repeated offender will be arraigned before the court to face further charges and fines. South Sudan yesterday reported 113 new cases of the COVID-19, bringing the total number of infections in the country to 8,527. So far, it has registered a total of 4,317 recoveries and 100 deaths. The public is advised to strictly continue observing preventive measures and such as wearing face masks, staying away from crowded places, hand washing with soap and water, and sanitize. You can report any suspected case in your area through the free telephone number 6666. Reporting for iRadio News, I am Woja Emmanuel.
Thank you indeed, Waja Emmanuel. You're listening to iRadio News. The European Union says it is time to punish individuals who still hindering the implementation of the revitalized peace agreement in South Sudan. According to Joseph Borrell, the High Representative of the EU delegation to South Sudan, spoilers of peace should not be tolerated. He says they need to be held accountable.
I would be very clear about that. They have to be held accountable. I think we have to make sure that the spoilers, especially the spoilers using violence, and this is happening, must be held accountable.
A report published last week by Amnesty International noted that vast swathes of South Sudan have witnessed a massive escalation in violence perpetrated by organized tribal militias exceeding the violent conflict of December 2013. It is stated that these conflicts are fueled by the failure to implement the 2018 peace agreement. Mr. Borrell warned that the EU will continue to take restrictive measures against persons obstructing the political process in South Sudan. He says they include those advancing acts of violence or violations of ceasefire agreements or human rights abuses. The EU representative, however, says they will seek the cooperation of the government to punish peace spoilers.
It's of course not up to us, the EU member states to hold it like this. It's up to the authorities of South Sudan. And this is why we have the implementation of justice, the reform of justice. And this is why we are very happy to see that the government decided to initiate the implementation of transitional justice provisions, including, of course, the hybrid court.
Joseph Borrell went on to reaffirm EU's support to the people of South Sudan to mitigate the impact of floods, disease outbreaks, food insecurity, and widespread violence. The South Sudan Civil Aviation Authority says it will screen all airline operators in an effort to alleviate recurrence of plane crashes in the country.
Okay.
The latest was unveiled up.
We will stop right there, and then we can start like giving our views. We can see, all of us, that even the EU, they know that the peace agreement that was signed, the virtualized peace agreement that was signed in 2018, is not going good in letter and spirit. Even they are talking about some spoiler that's need to be punished, right? Because like people don't have a heart, really, and that will come into the person of the president himself, that really he's reluctant of those peace implementation, because we know what is waiting, right? The hybrid court is very scary, and I think a lot of people, these commanders, I think, and the young council of elders, I think they don't want it to go that way. As all of us, we heard what is going on, and we have Otho and William, and also Mabor. You can also interject at any time if you guys have anything to say. So let me start with Otto. From videos that we play, what is your take on those videos that we play? And you have a few minutes there, 10 minutes, 5 minutes to make your remarks.
Okay, thank you, viewer and panel who are here today. As we saw the video, it is clear to everybody that no peace in Southern Sudan. Secretary of State at UN stated very clear. Angelina Teng stated very clear. Also, one of impediment we're talking about all the time is a graduation unlawfully army in Barghazal. And this is really the issue we're facing all the time. Not only that, EU said it, no peace in Southern Sudan. So revitalization, peace agreement is not going forward as people expected, as the world expected. Therefore, I think we have to restate those peace agreements through different ways. It doesn't work. Before they said Dictorial is a part of restriction, the problem in Southern Sudan because he went with his army. Now in Juba, without army, still no peace. So impediment we're talking about all the time is one thing we're supposed to know. Who is the problem of Southern Sudan? It's General Salva Kiir. He have a hiding agenda, and people, they know that very well. Not only that, but he wants to destroy this country to the hash. And this is the problem we are facing today. Our main issue, not the people of Southern Sudan, not the army. Even he don't pay attention about his people, how they're suffering. All those videos, all we saw, all the document is showing that one person in Southern Sudan is a problem. And that's why the government is not functioning. The institution is not functioning. Even the parties are not functioning. And those issues is contained in one thing, which is if peace agreement almost is going to 3 years now, nothing changed, that means we're supposed to, Dictorial, they're supposed to pull out. All the other parties, they're supposed to pull out, because this is not the way we want to save people of Southern Sudan. We have better way. If we can be able to change the system through all means, I think that's the best way we can be able to live in Southern Sudan, or we can be able to bring our people back. All the time, we don't have to be scared to tell the truth. The truth is that wherever Salva Kiir is planning, it's one thing. He wants to put his people on the neck of others. And that's his main goal, and that's what he wants to see before he dies. But if we are a people of Southern Sudan, we saw all of this, and we try all the means to bring the peace to Southern Sudan, and it's not working, I think we have to work with different angle. It's not going to work in that way. And now it's very clear. The things make this peace is not going forward. We saw it. Let me get the example of Upper Nile State. في موضوع بتاع ولاية النيل كلام ده كان واضح إن أغبى عشان سلام ما يمشي قدام وقفوا إن ما يعينوا حاكم بتاع ولاية النيل. واتفاق السلام كان واضح في بنود بتاعه إنه أي أعضاء الوقوع على اتفاق السلام عندهم حق شرعي إنه كل واحد يجيب العضو بتاعه عشان يكون يمثل في الحكومة. يمن جاء موضوع بتاع النيل هم جابوا دستور جديد أو جابوا مزاج جديد اللي هو مزاج بتاع سلفا كير، يقول أنا داير ده وأنا ما داير ده. الناس قالوا خلاص كده نجيب الحل الثاني، لانه اساسا الناس ما دايرين مشاكل عشان يحصل. لمن يحصل المشكله المواطن البسيط هو يا بكون شنو تعبان، يا بموت، يا بقتلوه باب بدفنهم ذاته. شفنا الوضع ده في مراحل كثيره في مناطق كثيره في جنوب السودان، سواء كان في إكواتوريا، سواء كان في بارغزال، في النيل. ديل كله بتراكم دائما ابدا، وهو مبسوط كسلفة. هو مبسوط لما يشوف في شعب قاعد يقتلوا بعض او في مواطنين قاعد يطردون من المحل بتاعه. ده هدف بتاعه، واحد من اهداف بتاعه اللي بخليه يكون مرتاح في الكرسي بتاعه ده. عشان كده لما نيجي نتكلم عن عقبات البواجه تنفيذ اتفاق السلام الموجود في جنوب السودان، هو واضح اصلا. بعد ما حلوا المشكله بتاعت الحاكم، رجعنا تاني هسه جاي لنا بموضوع تاني، قال لازم رئاسه بتاع ماكال كاونتي يردوا لمحل تاني. ده يعرف خلاص ان الناس ذاته ما عندهم سنون، حتى معارضه بقى ذاته ما عنده وزن بتاعه. كيف مثلا كل شويه هو يجيب حاجه مو موجود في اتفاق السلام ولازم ينفذ؟ ده الاشياء اللي بخلينا صراحه ما نتقدم، وجنوب السودان ذات ما راح يجي فيه سلام. المفروض في محل زي ده يكون في عمليه بتاع الناس ينسحبوا، ناس يطلعوا من حكومه. ده ما بقولوا حكومه اصلا، ده قبليه، وبقولوا انسان اصلا ما عنده وطنيه ولا راح يتعلم عشان يكون وطني. عشان كده نشوف الموضوع بتاع العقبات الموجود عشان السلام ما قاعد يمشي في جنوب السودان هو سلفكير، وما في اكتر من كده. فدل اشياء ناس بكره كله. الفيديو الاول بتاع امريكا، سكرتير بتاع امريكا في يو ان بتكلم ان لازم يرجعوا السلام. وحاجه بصراحه انا داير عشان شعب جنوب السودان يعرفوا كله، داير نقول لكم المشكله بتاع اتفاق السلام الموجود في بند هو اصلا ضد سلفا كير، وده ممكن يدخل سلفا كير في السجن، اللي هو بتاع هايبريد كوت، المحكمه الداريه عملوا في جنوب السودان عشان يحكموا الناس اللي ارتكبوا الجرائم. ده النقطه ده هو ما دايره خالص، والنقطه ده بتربط زي النقطه بتاع 75 نفر اللي كان سرقوا قروش في جنوب السودان قبل كده. يوم قالوا يا اخي، قال يا اخي خليه يجي نازل عشان يحاسبوه، محكمه بتاع جنوب السودان داير يحاسب نازل، هو بدا قال لا ما يحاسبهم، هو بمشي بفتح حساب خاص، اي واحد سرق القروش خليه يرجع ده قروش ده في المال ده. هو اصلا خواف، وفي نفسه كده يبقى الرئيس بتاع جنوب السودان. ده اشياء الصراع البزيل، وده اشياء ما ممكن يجيب السلام في جنوب السودان. وده البسيط انا بقدر بشارك به، وشكرا.
Thank you, Brother Otto. I think also let me give the same chance here to Brother William also to react on the videos that we showed, and the also listening to radio, high radio. William, you can unmute yourself and also give your remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Pell, and thank you all of you. Great video and great topic. I would like to just say sorry. I think Pell, you mentioned that already, because our today guest, special guest, who is Honorable Obuthok Ayang Kur, who is our governors of Nile State. He is not here today. There are many things going on. There are other engagement came in, but we are sure when the time permitted, he will be with us because we need him. So it was unexpected, and he's so excited to talk to his people. But thing happened for a reason. As I said, there are many things in his plate. So we acknowledge that, and we are patient until the time comes and we will have him. In terms of what happened from the governors of Lagos State, if I'm not mistaken.
Is
I think
Warab. Warab
Warab. Okay,
State, yeah.
Warab. Sorry, I
That is
think
the state of
Pell,
Salva-Kiir. Yeah.
yeah, Pell mentioned already that uh, there is that is why we are in problem. Either we don't value ourselves, who we are as people, because if you don't recognize the system, what kind of person you are, what kind of person, even in your own house, you have to respect where you sit, how you eat, how you take shower, the way you talk. But if you can see this messy situation, the governors of a state have to go and address the military, and that is not his jurisdiction. That is a federal jurisdiction. And Pell mentioned if he was addressing police, that is okay. But at the same time, there is a federal police and there is a local police. So that is really, really, we are in serious problem because we're putting people to be a leaders and they don't know what they're doing and they're hurting people. So it's so shame on a person putting the uniform, their highest the clothes in the country, and then he's just behaving that way. So there is no peace, as you said. The peace already has been violated, and we can talk, but there is no peace. Otto just mentioned that there should be an action to encounter what the President Salva Kiir is doing. He knows what he's doing, but there is no other action to encounter that. And then he kept continuing doing what you have to do. Uh, the chairman, Dr. Yagmashar, sacrificed his life for the second time. We know what happened in 2016. I think more than 30 special bodyguards, they killed themselves while two of them were in the palace, presidential palace. And those poor, innocent bodyguards slaughtered themselves. And he married. And then last year, he went back again without forces, just to try to win the hearts of the government to make peace. And then that is now being interpreted as a weakness of the movement or opposition. And indeed, it's a weakness. So going to Juba was a free gift to the government, and then followed by many concessions. As also mentioned, one of the concession or one of the tactics to derail the peace is to delay the appointment of the governor of Upper Nile State for almost a year. The people of Upper Nile are waiting for their governor. Like the Israel, they have waited for more than 40 years in the desert to just enter into the promised land. And then recently, Salva Kiir said this when Dr. Yagmashar conceded to replace General Olange with Obuthok. He said this: I couldn't believe that Dr. Yagmashar accepted to replace Olange. When I received a letter from him, I didn't waste time. I ran to the ministry the ministry's office, because Riek might change his mind anytime. So good. Now, what happened now after appointment of Obuthok, as Otto was just mentioned? 2 days ago, there was a meeting that brought Dr. Riek Machar and Presidential Security Advisory Tut Gatluak and Dr. Martin, Honorable General Obuthok himself, and his deputy, James. So it was announced there. They suggested or they ordered the relocation of the headquarters of Makal County outside of Makal municipality. That is another impediment. This ambassador of USA to United Nations Security Council is talking about. There are many impediments. So how do we call this peace? If the money that's supposed to be used to graduate the unified forces are being used for ethnic militants, and the defense ministry is crying out that my men are deserting the containment, it's a joke. So I think the ball is now in the court of Dr. Riek Machar and other opposition, that this cowboy man is continuing to violate the peace unless people have to encounter that. So this is what I can say. There is no peace. There will be a continuation of violation of peace, and finally there would be no IO or no peace, or people go back to war. Let me conclude it with this story of what I know when I was young, that the elephant was so big enough, and then the elephant got an issues with the lake, and then the elephant laid down, and then the rabbit was asked to help elephant to move what is spinning in the lake. So the rabbit start moving the flesh of the elephant, and then when it is spinning, the rabbit will, the elephant will ask, "What is going on? What is doing?" He said, "No, I'm moving that," and then it start eating the flesh. Now the wound become too huge. An elephant cannot stand up anymore. So now, to me, that is the same case. Salva Kiir is doing the same thing until IO become weak enough. Obuthok now, the one we are talking today about, he went there to do the job. But I think today he become handicapped by imposing on him, intervening into his state affairs, which is a disrespect to the system we set up, So I will just end up here. If there is another chance, I can just come back. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. But still, I'm kind of thinking about what we saw with Tuek, another army being graduated there, and then there is another Matianganyor also that is we saw on the video today. Do you think it's only and any of you can jump in? Do you think that will be only Warab State that did that, or also Northern Bahar Ghazal is doing that, Ruweng is doing that? Okay, I'm not sure, with the exception of Leg State, because they have their own issues going on. As the 34 training cantonment site that Angelina mentioned for Unified Forces, is these the one that we saw today in Warab State? Is it something you guys will think it's on their their eyes? Do they see it, or is something that happening behind their back and they don't know about it? Maybe they just learn about it as with the way we just learn it, right? I want you guys to think about it, and I will ask the control if also they can drop the link if there is anyone from the viewers there want to like to share their views and things like that with the video that we did. But any one of you can jump in. What do you think? Is there any other hidden forces that is happening somewhere where Salva Kiir is hiding other forces? And we heard about, let's say, Matiang Anyor too, right? Because Matiang Anyor one did his job, and they disappear after that, and they sell guns and things like that. Because we know when they came into Juba by thousands, right? Even some of them were not wearing uniform, as we see, right? But we were surprised that there is 20 of thousands of them was in Juba, right? That involved in killing Nuer, a parent from Presidential Guard or the Tiger Battalion that was involved there. We witnessed before the fight in 2013, there was 700 that was graduated, was no guns at that time, but and that is the cause of what bring the war, because the Riyad al-Junubiya, that is where they were asked to put their gun, some of them in the storage, and those who had their gun in their hands, they were asked to lay it down, and then they bring those 700 forces or whatever, 200 of them to come and take the arms. Is there any other armed forces that are not part of unified forces that we can think of that happening in different states? Any one of you can jump in.
Okay, thank you. Let me take this opportunity.
Go ahead, Uto.
Okay, let me take this opportunity to explain more. You know, the scientists, they are very clear. If you have two parallel lines, it's not easy to hand or to cross each other. What we have in Southern Sudan is called parallel line. There is the agenda of Salva Kiir. At the same time, there is peace agreement paper. In these two, nothing can bring them together, according to my knowledge. موضوع بتاع الجيش بتاع بارغزال ده مشكلتنا كجنوبين، ما حاجة ده قبل كده كان حصل. يمن سلفا كير مشى عمل graduation للجيش اللي هو سموه بمتيان عنيور، الناس كانوا بيقولوا كان هزار، لكن بعد ما خرجوا حصل شنو؟ احتضر ما في جيش في جنوب السودان، لكن شنو؟ في جيش بتاع جنرال سلفا كير ممكن يعمل الشغل. بنفس الكيفية هسه نتكلم في السلام وهم شغالين في حاجات بتاعهم تاني، اللي هو داري يجهزوا الجيش التاني عشان شنو؟ يخلص الباقي المهم اللي كان ما تماو متيان عنيور. مشكلتنا إن نحن قاعد نفهم الحاجة بعد ما يحصل، لكن من هم في خطوات ناس بيشوفوك إن حاجة صغير، لا ما راح يعملوا. بس أنا شخصيا بشوف سلفا كير وما جنوبي ولا عنده ثقافة الجنوبين اللي بقول إن إنسان لو عنده عصاية في يده ممكن تدقه وبعد كده تشاكل معه، لكن هو بيحب يكون عنده عصاية وتاني داك ما عنده عصاية عشان يعزمه وبعد شوية يشربوه هو بطل. فالمشكلة الموجود حاليا يعني كده شوف، ده حاكم مع حكومة عسكرية الموجود في الجنوب. حاكم جابه عشان عنده خلفية عسكرية، رجعه قال ألبس اللبس بتاعك ده وأمشي. طبعا ده الشو، لكن الجنوبيين بيشوفوا كان ده الشو، ده حقائق وهم قاعدين يمشي فيه. لبسوا اللبس العسكرية بكل وسائم بتاع الشجاعة، أمشي وراب وخرج الجيش ده، ونحن شايفينه. قبل كده يوم كان عملوا الجيش الأول بتاع أويل مع وراب شفناه كمان، لكن في الآخر النتيجة كان شنو؟ قتل المواطنين، جابوا نظام جديد في القتل بتاع الناس في جنوب السودان، يحرقوك، يغتصبوا مرة بتاع قدامك ويالك قدامك، حرب نفسي الموجود في جنوب السودان. وده الأشياء اللي بخلينا نحن كجنوبيين بعض الأحيان هنشوف أنفسنا كان ما عندنا قيم أصلا. كيف إنسان قاعد يعمل أشياء ما بيتفق مع القيم الإنسانية وفي نفس الوقت نسيبه يخليه حاجات دي ماشي وحاجات دي ماشي؟ بصراحة نحن دايرين لازم يكون في رسالة قوية لكل شعب جنوب السودان، ما يقتلوك ويدينا مختوف. لازم يكون في عملية بتاع الانتحار، في عملية بتاع شنو تجزئة، لازم يكون في قوة منظمة بنفس الكيفية، لأنه ما في قوة أحسن من قوة تانية. قبل كده من الجنوبيين بدأ يشاكلوا ما كان عندهم أسلحة، في جزء كان بمشي بس بيشيلوا كاس. سوري، في جزء كان بمشي بورا الجيش بيشيلوا كاس. يمن يقبضوا منطقة ولقوا سلاح بعد كده بدول للتانيين ديل، في الآخر انتصروا، قدروا يجيبوا اتفاق السلام بتاع أديس أبابا بنفس الكيفية. اس بي لما بدأ ما أصل السلاح ده لازم تشيلوا جزء من عدو بتاعك. أصل أنتوا قاعد تشوفوا قبل ده لو فعلا واحد قوي قلبه ودخل حرب وبدأ فعلا يشوف النقاط بتاع الصخرة بتاع الجماعة ديل، ممكن السلاح ده يقسموه بين الناس وفي الآخر هيكون الشغلة الحقيقية، ما يكون الشغلة بتاع الثاني عنده قوة والثاني ده ما عنده قوة. ومشكلتنا الأكبر إنه فعلا لازم يكون في عملية بتاع شنو؟ إن نحن نتوحد.
So
ما
brother,
نجحنا.
بس سؤال بس تكمل الكلام انت قاعد تقوله. هل تفتكر انه في قوات تانية اوكي في مراكز تدريب تاني اوكي يمكن يفاجئونا بهم يوم من الايام، ولا عشان حسا بدينا نتكلم عن القوات دول؟
فعلا يكون في عملية بتاع شنو؟
ثواني في زول اتدخل هنا. يا سو سامعني؟ وطو يا هل تفتكر انه في مفاجأة تانية حنشوفه في المستقبل القريب، انه في قوات تانية حيفاجئونا بهم، ولا حيبقى بس بطريقة كده نعرف انه في قوات مصلح جاهز عندهم كاكا وعندهم اي حاجة في مناطق معينة، في مناطق الما تابع للقوات تبع الوحدة الوطنية؟ هل تفتكر في قوات تانية؟
شكرا على السؤال. الوضع موجود حاليا اصلا ما في اي حاجه بكون مفاجاه، كل الايجاد موجود قدامنا شايفينه. التخريج انت شفت قبل اللي بيتكلم باللغات المحليه نستخدم اللغه الموجود في الدستور زي اللغه الانجليزيه واللغه العربيه اللي قاعدين نتكلم بها حسا، ده ما حاجه مفاجاه، ده حاجه اصلا معروف انه واضح انه جاي هنا على اساس يعمل شنو؟ الشغل. مشكلتنا انه نحن قاعدين نشغل انفسنا بالقوميه، زي مثلا الوضع الانجليزي اللي بيتكلم فيه ده. طبعا في مراكز بتاع التدريب كان عملوا، مراكز ديل ناس جرى منه، لان اصلا في ضغوط ماليه وسياسيه عملوا للجماعه ديل على اساس يطلعوا من المراكز. يا المدربين هم جاهزين ان يخدموا البلد، فجاه قال ما في اكل لهم، ما في تخريج، عمل لهم احباط. اي واحد طلع من معسكر بتاع التدريب، لكن الكويس انه هم جاهزين اي وقت فعلا الحكومه جاد هم ممكن يرجعوا. المشكله الموجود ناس جرى منه، انا اصلا في ضغوط. اوكي المشكله موجود نحن شايفين بوجودنا ما في اي مفاجاه. حاجات دي اصلا قاعدين نشوف، لكن في عمليه بتاع شنو؟ نجهل الامور وبعد شويه نشوف النتيجه بتاعه ونبقى نكوري. مشكلتنا طويل اكبر من الوضع الموجود في جنوب السودان الصراحه. نحن شايفين اصلا حقائق موجود، في جيش متدرب حسب جاي. يا نقبل ان السلفكير ما في اي حاجه اسمه معارض في جنوب السودان، بس يجيب الجيش زي ما هو داير وباقي الجيش ديل ناس انجلين وناس من ديل يطردهم، او يرجعوا يكونوا مواطنين بدون ما يتكلم، يا يجي هيشتغل الشغل بتاعهم. لكن عمليه بتاع الدور ده ما سهل. دي النقطه واحد ما اقدر يقوله. شكرا.
Thank you so much. I would like also to acknowledge that our brother Chuol Guy, he joined us as well. Welcome, brother. I hope you were there with us from the beginning when we were playing those videos. And if not, I hope you heard us talking about the impediments, the problems that hinder the implementation of the peace agreement in South Sudan. There is a lot of problem. We talked about it before, and today we enhance what we are talking about it with some videos that we know that the peace agreement that is taking place in South Sudan is not the real peace agreement. The permanent ambassador of United States in UN, she mentioned that, and the European Union, they mentioned that. Also, the Honorable Angelina, the Minister of Defense, also she say that the cantonment sites and training sites are deserted because there is no logistics there, and people run away because there is no help. While we were surprised that as the governor of Warab State, if some of them were saying that he was just passing by, but it's good that we discovered that there is other forces that they don't speak the same language of the other forces. You see other forces, they don't cheer themselves with the way we heard earlier. The other forces, they say victory, 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 victory. And we know that those are the unified forces that really have to protect the nationals of South Sudan from any invasion that can come from outside, unless maybe if they were asked to help, if the issue it's very severe. We know we talk about the cattle raiding in other states in South Sudan, not all of them. We know about the land grabbing in other states, and now these forces that he was passing by, as some are saying, some of them was they look like graduated, was fully uniform and equipped with guns, right? And maybe also with ammunitions. So they are ready to go, and they call them Tuak Tuak 2. And also there is another one that they don't wear uniform, and they call them, I think, Matianganyor 2. So that is what we are talking about. How come the Minister of Defense will be fighting to graduate even one cantonment area that she don't have the logistic for it, while in the state of Warab there is already armed forces that are ready to take actions after the thieves of Warab state. And unfortunately also it was mentioned that to the thieves of Nuer in Unity State, which is close to them. How do we know that they're going to run after the thieves? Maybe they will find anywhere and kill him, and they say, these are the thieves that we are telling you about. So it seems to be no Nuer will go to the Warab land, right? Because if he get there, he can get shot at because he could be a thief, right? And could be labeled as a thief. So these are the things that hinder the peace agreement. There is no seriousness of really implementing the peace in letter and spirit. As you just came in, let me give you a chance, Brother Chol Guy, and you can express your view right there. Please, if you can unmute yourself. And you can talk in any language, which is Arabic or English. There is no seriousness of
thank
really,
you, brother,
implementing the peace in letter.
Controller,
and
I have a problem. I can hear an echo.
Came in,
the
let me
same,
give a chance,
it's the same talk you talked before. I can still hear it now.
You can express your view right there. Please, if you can unmute yourself.
I can hear the video. I can hear echo.
Yeah, Brother Chol, if you have two devices, unless maybe one any language, one of English, Arabic, or English. There is no seriousness.
Thank
really,
you. I got only one controller. I have a problem. I can hear an echo. The
let me give a chance,
the same talk you talked before. I can still hear it now.
You can express your view right there. Please, if you can unmute yourself.
I can hear the video. I can hear echo.
Yeah, Brother Chol, if you have two devices, unless maybe one any language, one of English, Arabic, or English. There is no seriousness.
Thank you. I got only one.
Not loud and
I have a problem. I can hear the
came in. Let me give a chance, Brother Chol, before I can say it now.
loud and come back.
Right there, please, if you can unmute yourself.
I can hear the video. I can hear it. All right, let me go out and then I try to come back.
Yes, and when you come back, I'm glad to see you after so many years.
Okay, while he's not, he's coming back. So I will be going to saying what I can see. Exactly, like all this video was being shown. And I have some fellows. I would be very happy to hear from our person who say he can help more within the Denka language, and also to Mr. Kiragur trying to deny that there is a head of his speech. Brother Kir, let me try to answer this to you. Like when I was trying to translate here, I did not put any head of speech, okay? And this is what Mr. Alew mentioned himself, right? So I was translating what he mentioned. And also too, don't forget, everybody in these people who are sitting here have a Denka blood. They know any inch word, you cannot, and they even write and read, okay? So that's what I will tell you that. Again, so let me go to the first issue. Like when I think our brother already come back. Oh, he's not yet, okay. Okay. Let me come to the issue that you all mentioned. First of all, Salva Kiir himself, we all know that he's not serious with the peace. But we, the South Sudanese, are the problem. We, the South Sudanese, are the problem. We say this, we leave it there. We point finger to ourselves and leave the very issue, which is Salva Kiir himself. You know, why I bring this question up? How many opposition we have today? And how many opposition are in South Sudan? You know, how many issues that we have in South Sudan, and how many opposition in South Sudan? All these opposition, that even some of them fail to select their leaders because they don't have people who are following them, are agents to Salva Kiir himself, to make sure they have to weaken Iowa. So thing will not go. And they benefit on other move around, signal corner to corner. That's how they benefit for. And this is what we know. And that's the big issue that I know. Because Salva Kiir, exactly when he see there is a apprehended, so what can he do? He will just sit behind. If we talk about the graduation, yes, Mr. Kiir, I know the graduation was not done in that day, but it done within the time that he came to Warab as a governor. And if you mention also too another thing, I might be a journalist now, or I might be a commander. Do you see any rank on me here? No. It's because I try to make myself as a journalist, although I am not. What about if I'm talking to you?
Brother Mabur, here is the issue here. The issue is not those forces are graduated or not graduated, but we can see there is the Turk was already equipped. They are in full uniform. They have their guns, and even their magazines are in there. Maybe it's loaded with ammunition. So they are ready for action, regardless they get graduated or not, right? While the Minister of Defense, okay, is struggling, right, to graduate the other forces. I'm sure if there is any other forces, right, and that is where maybe South Sudan, let them show us all the 32 or 34 cantonments and the training site that the unified forces are being training. Show us which forces are well dressed up, okay, with the full uniform, and their guns and their magazines are in there, maybe with full ammunition. Show us, like let the government show us which site. So the issue here is the readiness of those forces for action, while the training site, no one is ready. So don't disturb yourself with those who are saying things here, right? All of us, we are just thinking, what are the surprises that we're going to have on the way again, right? So focus with us and give us your argument here.
Actually, yes, I'm trying to focus here. When they write here, they can try to confuse others others non-Dinka who does not speak Dinka. They try to confuse them.
That is fine, but don't dwell too much on them, right? Make your points, because it's good that we can keep going, and we see brother Chol came back here. So yeah, try to focus. Yes, I don't mind you answering them. Even me, sometimes I answer them, but it's just good that we focus. So because we are here to say the truth, we saw something and we have to speak. That is the thing. What other surprises that is there? Is any other forces that being trained in northern Bahr Ghazal? Okay, while we know that there is a lot of things that for implementation of the peace agreement is still not going forward, is so slow, and there is no support there for those forces to be graduated as a part of the implementation of the peace agreement. You can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I can go ahead. Yes, like you said it, that's true. You know, the security arrangement, we all know that Salva Kiir is drawing his leg on that. And this military that was being training. Oh, are you guys hearing me? Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. So, like, all this is all caused because these trainees that was being trained, we did discover last year that there's people who are training separately out of the military that going on, and we gave that report last year, especially in September, and and they jump in, including one of my followers in the 1K News that telling me Red Bull propaganda. Dr. Yagog Majok, he was telling me it's a propaganda, and now the propaganda become truth today. It was being graduated with the general, who is the governor. Who is the governor is the one who graduating them and tell them, don't sell my gun away. So don't sell my gun away. And this gun is not a gun that we come with it from the bush. It's the gun that has been brought by Salva Kiir. New gun. And he even go and grab it from the person and show it up and say, see, brand new one. Who brought it is our commander-in-chief, Salva Kiir Mayardit. And he say, SPLA, SPLA. I thought let take this gravity. Let ignore anything. I thought SPLA, not SPLM. SPLM is a party. I thought SPLA is dead, is being killed when they create SPDF. But a second LT within the army and also to become a governor. I thought he already get that a law that telling them there's no more SPLA. And what happened? He's the one who say SPLA way. And commander-in-chief is Salva Kiir Mayardit. The laws and order come from Salva Kiir Mayardit against whoever he called a criminals, including the people of Warab. And I believe some people within Warab source are not happy with that. And he escaped almost dead. Within this week, after he said, I'm going to go after those people. So where is peace here? If the general, who is the governor, a governor supposed not to have a uniform. He's supposed to be a person who wearing the clothes that I wear. He's supposed to even have a pistol. But he have a uniform, he have rank, and he's still called a governor. And ordering a military and also to graduated a military. Because he said, you, those who are not yet graduated yet, which is Masanganyor too, who was not graduated. And let me talk to our brothers, Nazman. I know you speak Denka, and I believe you don't speak it enough, Nazman. The criminal that he was talking about also too, that the bull cholga who are closer to the border. If you have interest on Salva Kiir, you have to take a look at forward also too, Mr. Nalman. Or go back to school by going to learn more Denka language. So
let me give chance to other people and then look at you, the comments that I read, because you distracted yourself too much with those who are commenting. If you can wrap up right there and then give you chance later.
Yes. Masianganyo too is going to be either already been graduated or is going to be graduated within this week. And that's what come out from his mouth. I'm not taking it from nobody. He himself, he used to be a Twek person, and he said only 2 of them remain. With the guy, he mentioned the name, but I could not hear clearly. They were Twek 1. But all Twek is a Kiyabwe. by Arab, and you took two, you have to do your job. We gave you this gun. So what is the next? So which one is the fault? Is me or the translator or is the governor who's saying this? So what I will tell you guys, Salva Kiir is not interested in peace at all. But I'm calling for South Sudanese to take a look for it. If you see yourself that you are the one who want South Sudan to have a peace, take a look for everything. Who is the obstacle? Don't just generalize everything. See who is the obstacle and what is the obstacle and where does that obstacle come from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabor. Even though you distracted yourself too much with the comments, it's good that you could focus on what you say. But that is fine. It's good that we answer those who also say things that are not right. Thank you so much, Brother Chol, for coming back. And when you were going away, it seemed like we met before in Egypt, something like that. Maybe I could be mistaken. That was like a few years back. I'm not gonna say because you still look young, man. I think you're younger than me by a lot. I think, but it's good to see you. If that is you, I can see a little bit. It looked like you, but anyway. So please unmute yourself. You heard us. And you look good, man. I think you're younger than me by a lot. I think, but it's good to see you. If that is you, I can see a little bit. It looked like you, but anyway. So please unmute yourself. You heard us. And you look good, man. I think you're younger than me by a lot.
Thank you. I still have the problem that I can still hear the echo back, but it is very me and.
It look like you, but anyway. So please unmute yourself.
If you have a headphone, please use it.
You're younger than me.
Yeah, I can hear the echo. How can I solve this problem that I can still hear the echo back? But it is very me.
Where is Sigmund?
It look like you,
Use
but
your headphone.
so please unmute yourself.
If you have a headphone,
Your device keep playing it over and over.
Yeah, it's keep coming and coming. It is very me.
Where is Sigmund?
It look like you,
use
but
your headphone.
so
All
If you
right.
have a headphone, can you put it?
Your
Headphone.
device keep playing it over and over.
Yeah. Okay. Let me unmute myself. Let somebody take over, and then I'll try to find the headphones.
Where is Sigmund?
it look like you, but so please
Brother Chol has some issues there with the device. The device keep repeating whatever we said. Brother William, please.
I think he have an app on. Maybe he have an app that open, like or he open his internet down also too. Might be the problem also too.
Yeah, let us leave him to figure that thing out. Let us keep going here. I know that the time also is 10 o'clock now. Sometime our the StreamYard, sometime it's lock us out. So we don't want to get into that. Brother William, do you have any comment? Do you think there will be other surprises that we see? Like there is armed forces that are being well trained, well equipped, and they seem to be not part of the unified forces.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Pell. To answer your question, I think answer would be yes. It's not only Warab, but over Southern Sudan. And the question is why? Of course, it comes from the Jiang Council of Elders, who believe that they have to rule Southern Sudan for forever. So that's why the creation of ethnic militants is very prevalent in Southern Sudan. But is it hurting other non-Danka alone? I don't think so. It's hurting innocent Danka as another non-Danka tribes. Because that ideas of domination of Southern Sudan is an insane ideas. It's not a healthy one. So yes, there are many. There could be more graduation, but here I could just mention in Malakal, that is our state. We have already the militants killing people in Upper Nile. And maybe our brother from Danka Apadang, they might say, no, that is not true. But I think the vast majority of Danka Apadang who are just rejecting this in a silence, they will say, no, what I'm saying is true. And it's not from me. So I will just share with you to read this to you together. That is a report, not from me. So the report is from of what is called Human Security Baseline Assessment, HSBA. And it was arranged by a writer called Joshua Chris. Joshua is an independent writer and researcher. He has worked in Southern Sudan since 2006 and completed his PhD in anthropology at the University of California, based on field works on South Sudan borders. Since 2011, he has produced a variety of reports for the Human Security Baseline Assessment projects, including working paper on Unity State and the South Sudan border, and regular fact and figure updated on for the Human Security Baseline Assessment. Yeah, so I think there is a issue with anyway. In this on the situation in Unity and Upper Nile State during the South Sudan Civil War. In 2014, he was a UNESCO artist in creative writing, and he has published work on Northeast Africa in a variety of media outlets. So this guy, I think I mentioned it last time in our talk about the peace in Upper Nile. He recommended that understanding the root of this conflict and its dynamics is central to the possibility of sustainable peace for the inhabitants of Upper Nile State. Many people, sometimes when we are talking about peace, we don't care about the root causes. And then itself, if we are avoiding the root cause into the conflict, we are faking ourselves. So Joshua has findings. I will not go over them all, but I will just share this with you. 1. Attacks by government forces on the Shilluk population since 2013 constitute an organized and conscious attempt to force the Shilluk off the east bank of the White Nile and to displace the population as whole. This campaign has included the intentional killing of civilians, the destruction of administrative and civilian buildings, including entire villages, and the blockage and instrumentalization of humanitarian aids. And he mentioned one important thing. That's why I'm reading this to you. He said, alongside the SPLA, the government forces on the east bank of the White Nile also comprise a series of Padang Danka militant group from Akoko, Baliet, Malut, and Rang counties, including those known as Motlum in Danka for injustice from Akoko, and Abushok from Baliet. Government forces have used helicopter gunship and fighter jet to destroy villages, hospitals, and schools. As explained in the report, these attacks appear to have formed a part of concerted campaign orchestrated by the government of the Republic of Southern Sudan and the Padang Danka military and political elite of former Upper Nile State, designed to push the Shuluk from the east bank of the White Nile to maintain total political and administrative control of the area now constituted by a central and northern Upper Nile State, and keep the Chuluk in permanent state. Anyway, I will end up here. So if you look today, what the leader of Denka, I don't want to say Denka all. Denka are our brothers, are our sisters, and we are suffering with them together. But the policy of these few elites from the Denka Council of the Elders, who are affecting Denka themselves and the innocent people of Southern Sudan. So they want to dominate the Upper Nile State, as well as if you go to Warab, they have to dominate that. And if you go to Wau, they have to do that. And if you go to Equatoria itself, they have to do that. So how can you invade and conquer other people? Of course, you need to harm the people, the innocent people, to go and got killed or kill the innocent people. They never have issue with them. So that is the only way the Danka elites have to create the ethnic militants to invade other people's lands. So yes, your question is right. There are many pockets of the Danka militants. Some of them we have saw it today in the video graduation, and this governor is saying that I didn't come to you, but I come here and I pass by. You see, she's a mega. He don't want to be seen that he's actually on official visit, but he's trying to say, I'm passing by. But he has been delegated for that mission, you know. So yes, they have to secure that in Warab, because you have a neighboring countries, a tribe like Nuer is there, and in Upper Nile, they have to use all the budget of the military to divert it, all those resources to empower Muflum and Abushok to control Shuluk and Maban and Denka there. And yeah, that is the domination. You go to Wow, is the same thing. So that's why it is very important for us as people of Southern Sudan, including Denka themselves, because we are all being affected by this craziness, to say no. Failure leader is a failure already. He shouldn't be there. Trump has ruled America for 4 years. He didn't do. He created a lot of jobs. You know, he fought with China. He did many good things. That's why he have many people still supporting him today. But the vast majority of America said no. You cannot have another chance again to continue ruling us. But Kiir, even nobody elected him, and we still giving him there, and he's doing this craziness. You know, so yes, there are many pockets of the Danka militants, and they are using all this the money that should have been used to graduate the unified forces, so that our people can have a security. They can have their national army, and then they can go back to their villages and then start resuming their normal life. But now, under this environment, people being graduated from Warab and they're being taught or addressed in a certain language or in a Danga language, who will really will have a courage to leave refugees come to just go back there? You're going to lose your life. Who will really leave refugees come in Malakal and go to the rural areas, because you have a Bushok still sitting there, you know? So I will end up here, Comrade Bell.
Thank you so much, William. You know, most of the time before I come to Brother Chol and see what is the issue with his device there and things like that, I hope he will be managing to share.
Thank you so much.
Oops. Okay. Yeah. So as we are still thinking, let us think here and maybe try to answer this question. All the time when we critique and we say this is not right and Salva Kiir is doing this and Salva Kiir is doing that, but we often see few individuals say, no, he's a legitimate president, right? And things like that. So I need to understand your take on those things, because where South Sudan is going, where the leader of the country still has a very minimum understanding of where to take this country, and just focus on equipping the armies and make sure that he's protected and he's kept to the power. So is his term still really like what he think? Do he still has his term? And I have some other thing that I can say. You know, a lot of ministers lost their position because there was people die in the hospital, because there is people was killed accidentally, right? And they have to resign and things like that. While in South Sudan, it seemed to be, I think, thousands of South Sudanese was being killed by these armed forces, and no one at all really take responsibility and say, I will resign because that is my fault. Think about that. I think our brother Chol dropped out again. Maybe he still has issue. We have our brother here, Abel Kon. He's here with us. You're welcome, brother. I saw you coming in earlier, but I didn't see you after that. But as you are hearing us of the videos that we play and some interpretation that was done by Mabor and of those videos that we play, what is your take into this thing? If you can come, brother Abel Kon, good to see you again. Please unmute yourself and we go from there.
All right. Can you guys hear me well? Okay. First and foremost, I would like to greet all of you, the Nile Nation Network hosts, and also the panel at the same time. It is also a pleasure to be with you tonight. I was listening by because I was actually busy doing some other stuff. But I decided to join the show also to put in my take of what you guys are discussing. I'm not here to defend anybody. I'm not here to criticize anybody, but I'm here to say what is in my mind and how I see things going on in South Sudan. I do understand that people are mostly focusing on the government side, but South Sudan is a country that is also engulfed in a civil war that, as we speak, we still have the rebel that's still carrying arms. They're still training the forces as well. The fact that they were not shown in the video doesn't mean that they don't have forces that are also well trained, and the objective is either to fight a tribal war or to fight the government of South Sudan. In despite the fact that we are in a peace, and we should be focusing on what is hindering this peace agreement to go forward. And what brought me into this discussion is the letter that was read by, I think, Brother William Goldiet was reading something and pointing finger to my people, the Padang community. And as a leader of the community, I should not be silent to come and defend my people, because that's my job. You are not leader to be silent in time of criticism. Of course, each one of us is, entitled to his opinion. We can talk, we can express our opinion, but we need to put things straightforward. What has been said in the letter that was read doesn't mean that the Dinga Padang is not waging any war. The forces that they have said, like Abushok and Mudulum and all other forces that are there, they are not tribal forces, but those are the government soldiers. They were absorbed into the government of South Sudan army. They are not the tribal militias like Agulek that was mainly formed to fight Dinga Padang, and we continue to train 1,000 of young men from Shuluk or from Chola with one objective in mind, that your enemy is not the government of South Sudan, your enemy is at the Dinga Padang. And this is what, I should also talk, because this is what the commander that is leading them, they've been saying. So when we talk about what, those letters that was read earlier, the writer of that article, most of them are not truth. They are biased, like some other report that we've read against the Jing, that Jing as agenda that was set to rule South Sudan for 100 years. That was not Jing that sat down and make an agreement or make a meeting that we're going to rule South Sudan for 100 years. That was not the JCE that set up that we're going to be ruling South Sudan for 100 years. That was the SPLM. When President Key talked that they're going to rule the South Sudan for 100 years, it doesn't mean the Dinka. It doesn't mean himself. It means the ruling party. It means the SPLM. Of course, SPLM fought for that country. SPLM having an agenda to rule that country for so long, as long as the people of South Sudan continue to give them that mandate. So we cannot mix a message of JCE, and also they're saying that this was the agenda of Dinka to rule that South Sudan. Of course, Dinkas are blessed. Dinka are blessed to be out of 7, out of 10 province in Southern Sudan. Dinka are in 7 states, and that is the blessing. The only that we are not in Equatoria, but we are in that Upper Nile, we are in Jonglei, we are in Barkazal. It was not our make, but this our grandfather decided, to be in that places, and we are proud to be anywhere in South Sudan. So it cannot be the agenda of JCE. JCE has nothing to do with what Dinka is in other places in South Sudan. JCE has no program that was set in place that they're going to rule South Sudan for 100 years. JCEs are not the ruling of the country. The SPLM are the ruling of the country. That's when people go to poll later on, like recently, JCE have been talking about that both the President Kiir and Machar should exit That was the demand of the people, and they decided to come out to talk about it. I'm one of the person that say it's good for you to talk, because if you don't talk, nobody would know your story. And that's what come into Padang media and what we are talking in social media here. Because Padang was been silent for so long, we have never heard our grievances. We have never let people of South Sudan understand who are the Padang community. Now that we came out and talk about the issue that are matter to us, people are taking us as the people that are waging war, as people that are warmongering. And our message, the message that we always send, that has nothing to do with the war. It has nothing to do with the waging a tribal war in Upper Nile State, for example. But we are telling the truth, and that's why when Brother William Goldiet come and read those reports, like other reports that I came across, they always been written by one side story. So what I can say about the army that was trained, that was we have seen General Leo talking about why he went to Barghazal, was appointed. Of course, South Sudan, General Leo is in active military, as not retired from the army. So he was appointed as a governor. He decided to wear his uniform. There's nothing wrong about it. There's nothing wrong to criticize why he wearing a uniform, because he's still an active army, and he went to talk about the issue that matter. And if you can see his speech about what he's saying, he did not say that you're going to attack your neighbors. He was focusing on those lawless, usually come and attack people within the Dinka community, those who actually use the guns to loot people, those steal other people's properties like cow, those raiders. This is what he was talking about. That's your job, is to go after them, to make sure that they are brought to books. And this is why I can say there was nothing wrong about his message. There's nothing wrong about talking about those soldiers, giving that name of Twek or on any revolutionary army that was there before. They were giving a name that associated with the people that actually fought for the independence of South Sudan. And that's what I can say, But Brother Goldiet, we better be truthful. Padang did not wage a war against Shilluk. Padang did not chase Shilluk to Unamis. Padang, we were all victims of the SPLA IO that have taken both of us to Unamis. But we decided to come out. Even as I speak, we still have people in Nakoga, some people of Bali, people of Atar. They are in other area of Dinka. They are displaced. Atar now is occupied by Agolek forces. There's no civilian in Atar. Can you always consider that why Atar is being occupied by Agolek forces? When the fact that we are in a peace agreement, they're supposed to go back to where they came from, but they decided to expand. They are not building that places so that they cannot go back to where they came from. So Padang did not wage a war against Shilluk. Even now, as I speak, we have no war against Shilluk. Our war is through social media that we are telling the facts, but we are not a physical confrontation with the bullets or with the neighbor Shilluk in the western bank of the Nile. What was fighting there is the government of South Sudan, fighting the rebel, fighting the Agolek forces that were actually aligned with SPLM-IO. It was not sons and daughters of Jeng Padang that were fighting against or chasing, as you say. We have nothing to do with why you went to Unamis in Malakal or in other places. We're all victims. And you can see the first in 2014, we were all in Unamis. In 2013, 2014, when the town exchanges its hand from the government to the rebel, we all go to Unamis. And when the government take over, we came out. So there's nothing to blame about Padang community. You cannot just blame Padang community for standing the ground. You cannot blame Padang community for defending that oil that was there. The government of South Sudan is actually benefiting from. If there was no Padang community that decided to stand with the government of South Sudan, I believe the oil facilities, the oil refinery in Paloj could have been destroyed like the one they did in Unity State. That is the fact. You know, so I'm not going to speak that much. This is what I just want to say. We better be truthful about what's happening in Upper Nile State. Padang, a peace-loving community. We want to stay with our cousin Shiluk. We are neighbors. The same thing with the Nuer. You know, we have never waged a war against our neighbors. In history of Jiang Padang, you know what we do when we quarrel, we just talk. You know, so thank you for welcoming me to your state NN media, and I'm always grateful to come here and share some ideas.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother Abel. But before I have a few questions and maybe make a little bit of comment there. You know, the report that was read, yes, it's mentioned Muslim and Muslim and the other Obuthok. My question will be there. Yes, those reports maybe was made by somebody that was close more to maybe Cholo land and see what was happening. Do you think Obuthok and Muslim, they lost their mandates, and instead of, as you are saying there, is instead of protecting the oil fields, but at some point of time they turn their guns to the neighboring tribe like Chala, right? I'm not sure. Is it also the same forces that when Nuer was running away from Malakal, they went also killed them on their way? Is it the same forces? I'm not sure about that. So do you think those forces, they lost their mandate, and today everybody that was killed by those forces, they start saying, pointing hands on those forces, which has become maybe Apadang sons that was involved in that? Do they lost their mandate? That is one thing. The other thing about the governor of Warab State, okay, also passing by, and then there is those army that was ready for action. They are full trained and have their guns and their ammunition in place. Okay, we know the issue of thieves of cattle raiding is not that worse in Warab as it's so bad and for so many years in Lagos State. So is why there is no a governor that was appointed, and you can understand what when Mabur was translating that, he said, and that is where we hold him responsible here. He said, Aleu said Salva Kiir asked him to wear his uniform. If that one was translated right, wear your uniform. We know that there is other governors that has a military rank, but Salva Kiir never asked them one day, wear your uniform. If that was there, why there is no forces, army forces in Lagos State that also can deal with the issues of the thieves in Lagos State, right? And also not just only that, the Morley also, right? They keep coming, disturbing Denkabur and Low Nuer. Why there is no forces that have to be created, trained at the same time to deal with them, right? So you remember a few years back, Paul Manyang was saying, we are happy that we have the helicopter gunship now. Those the thieves who are stealing, we can chase them, we can run after them, but never materialize. As today, the issue of cattle raising, it's become so bad in South Sudan, and I'm so sorry. Like, okay, say for example, the forces of Obuthok that you said, the forces of Matianganyor, maybe like you see Paul Malong rebel, but no one went to Paul Malong area and start killing the Dinkas in northern Bahr Ghazal because their son Paul Malong rebelled, even though I do disagree really with Paul Malong rebelling after he was the leader of the genocide that took place in 2013, right? He was the leader of that, right? He was commanding forces, go there, chase them away, do whatever, right? So sometimes I don't agree with him being really included in that peace talk, because I don't look at him as military. I like a rebel. I don't know what went wrong. I don't want to confuse you, but why there is no other forces like what happened in Warab, in Lagos State, or is it there and we will know it soon or later?
Well, Brother Paul, thank you for those questions. My answer to your first question is that you talk about Nuer that were actually running from Malakal and went and killed along the way while going to Nasser, right?
No, I was saying no. I was saying about the forces of Muslim and Abu Shok. Did they lost their mandates and they start turning their guns into their neighbors, the other tribe on their neighbor? Because every time now when we point them out, it's going to touch you. And then when it's touch you, I love you coming, but you will come and try to defend the interest of Padang, right? So did they lost their mandate? Go ahead.
You don't even ask question to yourself and your colleague here that are supporting the rebel. Did the rebel not their mandate? Because you have white army that you are supporting that usually come and attack their neighbors. Of course, Madulum and Abu Shok, they have never lost their mandate. They are the government soldiers. They have the mandate to protect the constitution of South Sudan. They have the mandate to protect all the civilians, regardless of your ethnic. And that's why you can see those Padang areas are peaceful regardless of what is happening, because they are protecting them. They are protecting any citizen that are living there, whether in Malakal, whether in Malut, whether in Rang, and all other areas that the forces of government of South Sudan is protecting. I'm not a spokesperson of the government of South Sudan. I'm not a spokesperson of the South Sudan Defense Force, but I'm the leader of the community. But I'm not speaking here as the leader of the community. I'm speaking here as the sons of Upper Nile State. I'm speaking here as the South Sudanese that is concerned about what is happening in our country. So when you usually come and point finger to other side and leaving your own backyard, not knowing that you also have a tribal army. What I can say is this, that those forces have not lost their mandate. Of course, they were giving the name of a revolutionary army.
You're allowed to elaborate more about those tribal army. You can elaborate more.
There's not the tribal army like white army, like Agulek. Of course, they are tribal army. They are tribal army because Agulek was founded.
I do agree with you. Agwalek is an army, but
it's a tribal army.
Yes, that's fine because it's more of their tribe is there. But think about white army for a minute, because and look at it. Are they really army? Okay, so yeah,
they're army because they were commanded by by the well-known general like Garud Garpat. They were commanded by other well-known generals that have come to fight people in Upper Nile State by then, and continue now to be commanded by what is the former, the governor of Sobat, what is called was Colonel Sobat, that was created under the leadership of Dr. Riek Machar, that one state. Those, when they usually come and fight, they fight alongside the SPLM IO, and mostly comprised of the tribe, militias. So I can consider them as army because they have that white army name. They come and attack people. They usually come and attack people, especially in Upper Nile State. And we have never crossed the border to go and attack our neighbors and the other way around. The mission of those forces, because the Mudulum and Abu Shok were formed not before the crisis of 2013. They decided to take up arms because they were, hurt about what happened to their people. They were hurt about the atrocity that's happening in the areas, like the one happened in Baliet. The women that were burned in churches, the kids that were, the blind, the old that were killed without knowing anything. So they give up their, they give up their time, and they say that we're going to be joining South Sudan Defense Forces, and they are now recognized as South Sudan Army. They will be, trained as unified forces as well as people are being trained. They are part of those army. So there's no need to consider calling them as, a Padang tribal army. A Padang has no tribal army because a Padang does not have a war against their neighbors. We are not fighting. We never sat down and said that let us form a tribal army so that we can fight Shilluk or we can fight Nuer. This is not what we have. What they have is that we are defending the constitution of South Sudan. We need South Sudan to have, a legitimate government that can be changed through a democratic, process. This is what I can say. So you talk about those who were killed along the way.
I would rather ask you, like, talk about because I know that we have a few individuals that just came in. I know. I saw Mabor hand, but there is Chol here, and there is a coach. Deng also, they just came. We want to give them a chance also because we want to hear our views. What is good now was these forums that we can come and talk, right? Probably, maybe us, we're not gonna come to agreement. But what we are trying to stimulate here is to empower the viewers, and the viewer will be the judge of what we are saying. Right? They are the one who will say, okay, this is the truth here, and this is not true here. So it's not going to be us. That's why I want you leave that thing alone about what people that was going to Nasser and things like that. Don't worry about that. It's just what I just want you to answer in few minutes, in few seconds. Is there any armed forces in Lagos State that also are going to be well trained and graduated, so at least they can save.
Comrade Bell, if I just, you don't mind later on, give me just 1 minute to that.
I will come to you. I will come to you, William, because I will try to be fair, giving you all chances here. Yeah.
I'm not going to answer that question because I'm not a spokesperson of South Sudan Defense Force. I'm not a spokesperson of other state. I don't know what is happening in the other state, so I have no obligation to answer this question. If you cannot answer, then me, I cannot answer. If you can talk, you are talking because you have seen the video, it's circulating on the social media. That's why you are talking about your live today. If there was no social video that was on a video that came up talking with the forces, I don't think you haven't been in position to talk about those forces. So I'm not going to say whether there's something in Lagos State. Why not asking me in Unity State? Why not asking me in Upper Nile State? Why not asking me in Western Equatoria, another state? Why are you focusing on those states that are more dominant by the Dinka community? It makes different agenda to what you want to know. I don't have anything to say about it, but I want to make things straight is that what is happening, the government of the South Sudan, the National Army, has a mandate to make sure that there should not be life lost, whether through cattle raiding or other forces. That is their mandate, and that's why they decided to put that uniform to protect all of us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to move to Brother Chol or Brother Chol that came in. Brother, thank you so much. I hope you were listening to us earlier. We play a few videos that it was a clear message that the peace, virtualized peace agreement that taking place in South Sudan is not being implemented fully. There is a lot of issues that lie around of the implementation is very slow process. The United Nations, the European Union are not sure if the peace really has been implemented. It's going to be implemented in the right way. And we throw the video of Governor Aleu passing by the Tuek forces and Tuek 2 and Tuek and Matianganyo 2 forces that are in training, but the Tuek is kind of ready, well uniformed, dressed, and they have their guns. And he was addressing them that your mandate is to chase away the thieves of the Warab thieves and the Nuer thieves. That is their mandate. So the question we were saying, okay, how come the Minister of Defense is struggling to even graduate one cantonment or one site, and while there is other forces in Warab that was well trained and ready for action. So that is what we were been debating there. Is the whole title is really, is the peace agreement that taking place in South Sudan, is it really a real peace? So Brother Chol, I hope you, or Chol, I hope you heard us. And I know, yeah, William, I will come to you later on. I don't want it to be like a debate for Upper Nile. We agreed that we will make one debate for Upper Nile, but every time you guys came, you make it like Upper Nile thing. But today we are just talking about the impediments of implementation of the peace agreement in South Sudan. This is part 2. Brother Chol, you already unmuted yourself, and later on I will come to Brother Coach Deng, and also to make his remark. And I see Chol Gaj also is here. I hope the problem is fixed. Brother Chol was no last name on there, not Chol Gaj. Brother Chol was no last name there. Please, yeah, you are already unmuted. Can you please take it from there?
All right. You guys hear me? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brother Pell, William, Otto, Wal, and also Abel Kon, and also Brother Chol, and also Akuch. Thank you guys so much for giving me this chance this time. So without further ado, I will enter into our discussion. So I actually did hear that you're talking about peace, why the peace has issues and are not implemented. And so the answer for me, as I talked to you guys before, our problem in South Sudan is SPLM. So the SPLM is not genuine for peace since the beginning in 2013. Their problem is SPLM, dominated by Salva Kiir, is just actually a tribal party. But because they are very smart, they surround themselves with a few people from other tribes these people that want to eat, people like, like General Taban Dengai and other group from other tribes. But the main problem is Salva Kiir. Even though there's a good Denka people, I will not go to demonize all Denka. There's a great Denka people, but the theater now is controlled by Salva Kiir, which has a sentiment of tribal agenda, and is also seconded by the Young Council of Elders, which are the devil that are killing our people in South Sudan. Given that, let me come to peace. We will not going to have a peace, Brother Pell, because no one has a gut or has the will to have a peace in South Sudan. Even though Dr. Riek and his group from IO and other parties, put their life online, I'm not saying they are innocent. They have some issues. But for the peace that was established in 2018, this is the only way forward. And we are given, an assurance by international community that you guys, people in South Sudan, there's no easy way for peace. So the only chance for us is this 2018 peace agreement. But because we don't have will in South Sudan for peace, Salva Kiir and his group in IG party will never, ever implement that peace. Given that they have an upper hand, they have the power, they have the money, they have the weapons, they have the people from all tribes, because they're using their money to bribe people from all tribes. If you go to Nasser, they have IG groups was harmed to teeth. If you go to Bentiu and all places in South Sudan and also in Warab and also in Equatoria, because they have an upper hand, they are not willing to have to give us a chance as Southern Sudanese people. So this is a problem here, because, and also they still thinking that Uganda is in their side, Kenya is in their side, Sudan is in their side, Egypt is in their side, and also Ethiopia. So when our people, when our white army just were bribed by Mr. Abel Cole, when they heard that their parents, their brothers are killed in Juba, they went with big forces, and they want to take control of that, tribal government in Juba. But because of Uganda and the international community, we were stopped. If not because of those of Uganda, now we should have a genuine peace in South Sudan. But unfortunately, we are not, because Salva Kiir used every resource in South Sudan just to, to protect himself and his, partner in crime in Juba. So we will never have a peace in South Sudan because Salva Kiir has the upper hand right now. We will not going to be surprised why our why the peace agreement is not implemented. It's important, particularly the graduation of armed forces that were established in that agreement. Why? Because they see that Dr. Riek is weak. Dr. Riek is now protected by Salva Kiir. Why should Salva Kiir implement peace agreement? Because Dr. Riek now is under his protection. Those of Lama Kol, those of Sosa, those are in his protection. Salva Kiir will never implement that peace because he is not. So he's seeing that he controls all people. Plus that he also controls the international community by bribing them with our state money. So peace. If I was not surprised when I see our new Minister of Defense, Angelina, crying that I'm just a symbol here in South Sudan. I don't have any power because no one listened to me. Why should she surprise? She knows that if you go to Juba with Dr. Riek and his group without no weapons, Salva Kiir will not listen to them. But it's good it's good they went to Juba and risked their life because the international community now will see who is actually genuine to realize peace in South Sudan. To answer this question, why we don't have why the peace agreement is not implemented, is because Salva Kiir has no will to implement peace agreement because he has all power, he has state money and everything. So he see Dr. Riek like people that were just the returnee, that are under his protection. So he will not implement no peace. Okay, going back to the general that was appointed in Warab State, that's what they do. They supply weapon to, the poor tribe in a Denka group there. So Salva Kiir and his security Abel Kol, Akol Kuch. What is his name? The national security guy. I think it's Akol Kuch. Yeah. So they supply weapons to the tribe that close to them. And, the poor Denka that in other tribes were not supplies. So they use their cows to buy weapons from, here and there. And now there's engulfed with fighting in Warab State. Before, all Denka was quiet, thinking that this is a problem for Nuer. And now it's went to them. That's why you see like Denka, Young Council of Elder now is coming up there. Oh no, Salva Kiir is bad. Now we have to remove him and Riek Machar and all that. While they are the one who create that problem. Government supply arms to Morale to kill innocent Denka in Bor and also Nuer, Low Nuer. That's what they do. It's a government making. So, and they supply weapon to the people of Padang. So I was surprised to hear my brother Abel Kun. So is still saying that Muslim and Abu Chok, their time is gone. They're supposed to be a national army called South Sudan Defense Forces. They should not be a militia. So, but now it's good that I thought that they are part of South Sudan Armed Forces before, but it's good I hear from you now that is still militia, Abu Shok and all that we have in SPLM. But I don't know if there is still Abu Shok, then there are tribal militia. But if there are government forces, it's actually our government that killing his own people. So they're killing Chuluk. Chuluk are part of South Sudan. Nuer are part of South Sudan. And even they're killing people also from Padang and also from from Kuma and also from Maban. If you see White Army that went there and fight, because their people were killed in that oil field area, and that's why they went, because their people are getting killed. So
yeah. Brother Chol, I know, thank you so much, but I don't want every time when we talk about peace in South Sudan, we don't want to divert it to be Upper Nile. But one day when we have the Upper Nile, all of you will come and try to debate that, right? Yeah, so, but you make your points of what maybe doing that, even though you accuse Balkon of being it was just a slip of tongue. You don't mean Abelkon. You mean Akol Kur, yeah, something like that. So in few seconds, yeah, can you? So I need to give chance to other brothers.
Okay, let me go to that this general that just appointed as the governor of Lagos State.
Yeah.
So this guy. So this, you see the problem. Salva Kiir is full of problems, it's full of issues, a lot of problems. Now he want to create another problem, Now, you see, they say they don't have money. They say they don't want to graduate these unified forces because they don't have money. Because they don't have uniform, because they don't have weapons. Now we see in our own eyes in those videos. So there's a weapon now for these new graduates from Warab State. Where they get that weapon? Where they get the uniform from? It's from South Sudan. What about those of unified forces? Are they not the Southern Sudanese people? So you see, President Salva Kiir is not genuine for this peace. For my last point here, I would like to say that the government is not genuine. So they don't have a will for us to have a peace. And brother, so I'm so sorry for our people in South Sudan, because in very short time we will going to be having a genocide going on in South Sudan. Because no tribe in South Sudan that will going to tie their arms and wait for other people to come and kill them. And it's the good time now. Salva Kiir has given us a platform, has given the civilian a platform. Now, no Ugandan will come in South Sudan. No Egyptian will come, because this is a tribal war now, and we will see we will see that a lot of death, among our innocent people. I'm sorry to say that, but it's really happening. I'm not supporting that, but it seems like what is going to be going on. So I'm sorry for that. So my last thing is to say that we will not going to have a peace because there's no will, from the government side, and that's what I can say. Thank you so much for giving me a chance.
Thank you so much, Brother Chol. I know the time really is it's getting late, unless maybe for those who are in Australia, could be daytime or things like that. But the time is getting late. Why don't we agree on maybe giving 5 minutes, and then if we see that there is any other burning issues later on, I can give a round again. I have 3 people now waiting for them to say something. My brother, Coach Deng Otwell, yeah, please. What is going on? Yeah, please unmute yourself and make your remarks. And then after that will be Brother Chol. I hope I hope he fixed the problem. So yeah, go ahead, Brother Coach.
Thank you so much. Am I clear? Am I clear here, guys? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it's my second time to be here, and it's really interesting to come, because I heard that you guys are inviting the new governor today to come here. That was my intention. My intention was not to come and talk, but the governor did not come, so you got change the topic, which is not. But I appreciate the topic you bring is a general for South Sudanese communities. My contribution will not be long, because I have no appetite to come and talk today a lot. But I can through somewhere, because of my colleague, they put some second word, plus my comrade William, I heard him talking, putting somewhere there. We as the South Sudanese community here in diaspora, we should be careful when we go to media. Those who are talk a lot in the social media, we should be careful, because if we say a bad thing or encourage, the war, we could harm our people back home. So I was thinking that, if there is a media like this, so to bring and control, talk about peace instead of, encouraging the war, it should be the media. Everybody can come, and contribute what you see and what is forward for our country to be developed or solve the problem. So people should be careful here. One thing, when you want to fight with someone, you have to, or the revolution, like the SPLA, when they go into the bush, they have a plan. They sit down and they plan what they are fighting for. And then you heard when John Garang say, when the people go to build farm, they were going to come and take a gun and revenge to whatever neighbor they are fighting for, but they wipe their mind according to their mandate, So we should be like this, if any revolution like what happened in 2013, if they, if the rebel faction, educate their people what they are fighting for, I don't think so. It will be take this place. But the thing is generalization. When you generalize a name Dinka, what do you think? You cannot got even the innocent Dinka who is hating Salva Kiir Mayardit. Why don't people use the John Garang philosophy when he take all the Arab, let them and fight against the Khartoum regime? Why that one, some rebel are not using it instead of dinka, So that is the thing I can put. Generalization will not take us ahead. And that is why the Red Card movement fell. Because me, as an innocent dinka, I want, I want to join. Something will be against SPLM because the country was already damaged by SPLM themselves, And if we know that, why we branch out and, accusing some innocent Dinka people or innocent Nuer people or Equatoria, the people should stick on something. I was praying that when the things were going on in Juba with a different direction, I was thinking they will form a new party against SPLM, and the SPLM can split itself. That was my wish, but it did not go like that. But for me, I am not happy with some individual in the social media. When they generalize the community, it cannot take us nowhere. That's why there is a lot of division among the rebels themselves. It's because they are not organized. If people are organized, there is no way Salva Kiir should be in the power if the South Sudanese people don't like him. But if people are using a different, the wrong message, then what do you think? I cannot, join those people because they are, a tribalist. So I cannot join them. So my message is really, guys, try to encourage people to come here and talk peacefully. And if there is a problem in Upper Nile like we have it, we should find a way to solve this problem. If the gun will solve it, so then those who are taking a gun for what, they should be clear. So they can find some people to join them with the different communities. But when people are grouping, we can finish ourselves in South Sudan and nobody will win. The only person will win, like you all are, majority of you are talking, Kiir will win because he has a gun and he has the money. He will win. All the innocent people, they will keep dying. So I am urging our people, instead of pointing finger, Apadang, Amal Kida, Muslim was not created in 2013. It was a name long time ago. Abucho was not created, they are there. But there's something you don't know. The White Army of the Upper Nile State is different than these things of Muslim or Abucho. They have their own. And who did that? They did it because of the oil, because they are fear. They have a fear that oil will be shut down. So we should talk, with the really full information and don't point the finger, So there we can solve our problem in a different state. To come for the Alewa Yen, I cannot comment on that because in Werap they are killing themselves because of the cows and all these things. And they put it in really clearly. We heard all in Dinka language, Maybe that was the purpose. So I will end up there, and if there is something, encourage me to talk, I can come on or another day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother Coach. I do agree with few things that you said there. It's just, however, sometimes if we don't know the problem, it's hard for us to fix it. And that is where you see all these social media, everybody come and say, this happened to me, that, things like that. And somebody will come like you, where the innocent Dinka, the tribe Dinka was being mentioned, and you feel like, okay, what is going on, right? I for one, I'm talking to you here. If you come to my family, you will be surprised how many tribes are in my family. Like maybe about 6 tribes of South Sudan, they are in my family, and you will be surprised what is happening. And that's where we say, okay, coming here, talk about these issues, at least maybe we will understand where is the problem. And I remember in the past, innocent Denka person will speak up and say what is happening is not true, you can know by yourself. Some of them lost their lives, right? Because they are saying something is wrong here, right? And because of what they see now, the majority of Dinka, they kind of either shut up, right? Not to say anything because they know their future will be fate, right? Or will be like those who their lives was lost. Or people will gang on the social media like this and start insulting them till they see, what did I do? I thought that I just point out Salva Kiir is wrong or something like that, but why people are attacking me? So, and then you will see there is a majority that kind of sideline was what happening in South Sudan with the government of the President Salva Kiir with the Young Council of Elders. And now is the issue, you know, when we were fighting Jalaba, every time we say Jalaba, 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 right? So now, and then we come now and we see the problem now in South Sudan and people start crying, Denka, 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 Denka. So this is what I want to put in my brothers and sister in Denka tribe. Why don't we think, why everybody is crying about me? Is it not the same cry that was happening when we were with Jalaba? What happened? Do we took the place of Jalaba now and we try to oppress the other tribes? And that's why they are crying for our names, right? So I think it's good that we understand where is the problem so we can solve it. If you're genuine and you think that, you know, what is going on in South Sudan is not true, that is where you will come and air your view without feeling sorry. If your brother did wrong, you say that is wrong. You don't say concord or whatever. Tell him, point it at him. Can you check that thing out, please? Control the thing that you projected there. Yeah. So, you know, that is where we start to think. Let us talk to see the problem. Where is the problem, right? It may not sound good for your ears, right? Even me in my family is not going to sound good, right? When I talk, when we talk, and then every time we come to the show and people will mention something about Dinka, right? So within my family, people will say, guys, can you have enough of it? Or they will say, yeah, we are doing wrong, so it shouldn't be like that. But can they speak up? If they speak up today, then they will say, oh, because you are married to Nuer, because you are this to Nuer, right? So they will shut up. They will not say the truth. So that's why we are coming here, at least to say the truth. And maybe one day, like, God will touch our heart and let us put the truth in place. As you see, you want to govern people, also you're supposed to accept that people should govern you. Okay? If we fight together, right, to get South Sudan out of Sudan, okay? If we didn't liberate South Sudan for only one tribe to come and rule it. It's supposed to be the only way for us is the democracy, where people will bring PAL, where people will bring a coach with what you sell. Where are you going to take South Sudan from this point and going forward instead of going backward? What are we going to benefit from killing, right? So even the oil money that we try to say Apanang was protecting it. So where is it now? Are we enjoying it? Few individuals are enjoying it. I don't know. Could be your brother, could be your cousin, but or could be you. But not every Padang is enjoying the money from the oil. You know, it needs us to man up and realize what is the problem in South Sudan. And when we identify the problem, and then how can we solve it without looking into, I'm the one who's supposed to be ruling, right? It's supposed to be you, supposed to be me, supposed to be William, supposed to be anyone else, as long the idea that we sell out is acceptable to South Sudanese and bring you up, right? So you can lead them forward to the promised land. if you see here, we never say you go fight, you go fight. No, we never say that. We never say that. We are not inciting anybody, but we have to speak the truth, the grievances that are coming out. So I'm just telling you this because you don't think that maybe we are inciting anything, but it's really good. People should say the truth, and nothing will deliver us except the truth. Brother Chol, I know you had issue. I hope you fix it, Chol guy. I mean, before Brother William come, maybe you can give us your remarks. I hope the issue is fixed.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me now. Can you hear me?
It's fixed.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate and give thanks to host of the Nile Nation Network. Maybe it has been going on for a while, but this is my first time to join in. I've been listening to all the audios that have been displayed from the beginning, and they really have good input into this today's discussion. Also, they are very related to the topic of our brother Jonko today when he hosted Peter Biar. He was also talking about these things early in the morning. And I really appreciate you guys. You are still here, and it's late over you there. But for us here in the Southern Hemisphere, it is still daytime. But it is matters that are concerning our nation. Thank you very much. To begin with, I say that you guys have said everything, and all we should do now, you have done a lot of analysis. We should only think about a way forward. My concern that I need to put across to our people of South Sudan is that of the graduation of the two forces, the Twek 2 and Matianganyor 2. When I hear this one, or when I heard Governor Honorable Ayang Kur was talking about Twek being tasked to go and cut every tree there, and Matianganyor to be equipped soon and to go and do or protect the state from they call them criminals or thieves from all these areas, including the newer areas. It reminds me of 2013 that another catastrophe is coming again, and our people in Juba it seems that they don't see they couldn't see this as it was the case back in 2013. We can say that we got a little bit clue from Honorable Minister of Defense, Madam Angelina, when she finally acknowledged that there is no any implementation of security arrangement, and as a result, all the trainees that have been put into the training sites deserted their positions due to lack of food, lack of medication and health. And yet, you can see today that the government is at the same time arming a private army that will only carry out a hidden agenda. This is a another looming genocide, to my understanding, and this should be our take today. We don't have a force, or we don't have a army that we can say that we're going to stop anything that's happening in South Sudan. But us in the media, we can cry to the nation, to the international media, that a genocide is going to happen again, and we don't want it to happen. It is unfortunate that we didn't have the governor today, but I hope next time we will have somebody like him, like even Governor Alewa Yeng, or even someone like Madam Angelina. We need these people to tell us exactly what they think about the peace. Because in South Sudan at the moment, there is no any other way that can bring us together except that this peace is being implemented in spirit and letter. Yes, Brother Pell talk about these impediments. We know from day one that when the peace partners, particularly the IO leadership, which is the biggest opposition, went to Juba without security guarantee, without the security arrangement, we knew that something is not going to work, because the guarantor of this agreement was, the hope of this guarantee was in the implementation of peace agreement. Because why was it there as a guarantee? It was there because there was going to be a unified police that was going to secure all the towns, all the cities. And as of today, inside a town like Upper Nile or like Malakal, I don't think there is a national police there. I don't think there's a national army there. And if the governor goes today, he will be in the hands of the same Matiang Anyor that are still being graduated. Where is his safety here? And that was the point that General Ulony was talking about. So to find a way forward, I think our cry today should be awareness to our people in South Sudan. Because as Pell said, we don't point finger to any tribe. The same Matiang Anyor that are every year or every day being armed to go and protect the government. They are human beings too. So wherever they are taken, they'll go and die as any other nation. And we have seen this one. Modern example would be Germany in Europe. They were fighting every front, and as a result, they lost, because you cannot fight every nation. That's what our people in Warab or in Bahr Ghazal in general need to understand. That for how long they will fight to protect this government of Salva Kiir in the pretext of being a Dinka government, and at the same time, they are the one in the future to lose. This is what we need to do. We need to educate ourselves, our people. Come to the issue of Nile. The situation of Sudan in general started last time only in a particular area called Torit, and it engulfed the whole country, including North, until a peaceful settlement was found in 2005 that the country need to be divided into two. It is the same. If you don't have peace in Upper Nile, still you will not have peace in South Sudan. I know the elites in Juba, they see Juba as a safe haven, and any other area they can just put their arm there and they can fight. It is a wrong illusion. We need the government to settle this issue Upper Nile properly, because as you could see from the media, the settlement that was reached the other day by the first vice president has been rejected overwhelmingly by almost 100% of Sholo residents, whether in abroad or in the country, including opposition leaders like Dr. Lamakol, that Makal headquarters will never be relocated to another place except the Malakal town. It's an issue that has not been resolved now. These are the symptoms that we can see that there's it is still like a timing or ticking bomb that can explode anytime. So to me, I can say that the situation in Warab State cannot be only handled by the children of Warab State in the pretext of the fact that the sections are killing themselves. It is a wrong illusion. If it were to be the case, there should have been a proper army trained and recognized by the parliament of the state, I mean of the country, and there should be a proper deployment for the name of disarmament. That would have sounded better. But if you train the same young people who are killing themselves in sections today, and you give guns to them as just yesterday trained soldiers, they will still tomorrow they will still desert the army and then go into the sections and tribes, and still you didn't do nothing. These are the challenges that President Kiir need to know. For us here, it is important that we advocate for the whole world that there needs to be an intervention, early intervention into this case of South Sudan, because as at this state, our country is going back into chaos, and we don't wish that should be going back into war or into disintegration. We wish, I wish that the international community should help, should come in and pave a way to force these what do you call peace agreement partners to implement the peace, particularly graduating these unified forces and deploying them into our cities and counties, such that there is a security. Because when there is security, the rest can be implemented. But this is a fear for the current government, because all they always want is that they are the one to have army, police, or any organized forces in any state, simply because they fear that tomorrow, when they want to go for elections or anything to be done democratically, nobody will fight for them, because the forces will be national. And you can see one of the problems is the freedom of press in South Sudan. Like here now, we have in abroad, we can talk about these issues pertaining our country, but in Juba you cannot talk about these things, because talking about a country to move forward, which means you are talking about free and fair elections. And where do you have free and fair elections when you don't have a unified force that will secure that elections are not rigged? It will still be a one-man show like what we have seen in Uganda or any other African nations. There will be no elections, my people. So the only thing that will remain there will be the same status quo. President wants to stay there for life. He will still use innocent young people of Hargazal or Warab State as in the name of pretext name of Dinka, that this is our government and you need to protect it, and the oil areas are ours, are Dinka, and will still blindfold our people in Upper Nile, in Bantu, that we need to protect this government, we need to protect the oil field. Although they are not benefiting. If you go to Upper Nile now in the oil producing area, people are dying every day of diseases. They are not benefiting. They are not getting anything. The West is being just dumb and poisoning, will be poisoning our people for many years to come. And yet our people, they cannot realize this. Yes, I agree with our last brother Akosh, who said that if we can unite in a name that we can all see ourselves there together, singing a national slogan that can bring us together all, that will help. And I believe it was the reason why the leadership of IO did not want to name, because if they were to name themselves in a different name, definitely people said, "Oh, that is a tribal name." They were using the same name that was used by John Garang, that was used by William Nyon, that was used by everyone, SPLA, just now in these days of in opposition. Now they might not be even in opposition. See? So it is a concern for all of us. And for us to move out of this, we need to come back. We need to come together. We need to think national. And the only way to think national is to advocate for an alternative. An alternative. I'm not sure why people like Pagana Mum, people like Thomas Cirillo, General Paul Malong, other days, were rushing to sign a big agreement, and it's in the same time they were criticizing the initial RRC's agreement, that it will never be implemented. It did not address the root causes. Now, what they are signing in Rome or in Nairobi did not even have a substance. So I wish they will rethink, and instead of just going to Juba, like other groups who went to Juba, including Dr. Riek, I hope that they will this time find a way to attract many Southern Sudanese into opposition in all our tribes, and as a strong opposition, we can bring change to the people of South Sudan together. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Chol. I think I kind of let you express yourself because we try to connect you early, and then there is a hard time getting there. So it's good that you express yourself. Thank you so much, and thank you for seeing you for I don't know how many 20-something years. I am not gonna disclose how old are you here, but you're younger than me, I can say. Thank you to Pastor John Mayo Dude. I think we kind of put your request into action. Yeah, the big names was covering the faces of my handsome people here. Thank you so much for doing that. You know, people keep saying before you come, William, people keep saying something. Why you guys don't talk about the White Army? The White Army. Just let me take it from here. I will just take it from what McQuailweth say a few years back, and he was asked about the White Army, and he said, "What about it? What about the White Army? White Army, they will just go white, like they just gonna disappear because they are not real forces. It's just a few young people that maybe." When they heard their loved one was killed and things like that, they feel like they were provoked, and then they try running, coming here. And even some of them also, they end up have a different agenda, right? Which I'm not gonna talk about it here now, but is just like they're just gonna go back white, like they're just gonna go to their villages and live their own lives and things like that. But the real problem, the issue of guns, that is everybody hand, right? That is a big problem, right? So if we have to bring unified forces, have to deal with the issue of the gun that in every civilian hand, from Lagos State, Warab, Northern Bahar Ghazal, Jonglei State, all these guns have to be collected, but was the promising word that it shouldn't be leaked out again and sold out to the civilian again, right? It's supposed to be the armed forces taking care of it. You know, the White Army, they will just go. Somebody mentioned earlier that Garud Garkod was the leader. When he's make a peace agreement with Salva Kiir, he came by himself. Why he didn't bring those White Army with him? He came by himself and maybe few people that has uniform. And I don't know now. I think he is appointed to be a minister. I think in Upper Nile, something like that. So he has even a white army don't have any ties with him. They bring him what they bring him what the white army they don't care about him. But at that time, they were marched together. They marched together. That is the fact. I cannot deny that, right? And we see some sort of all this crash that was done, but white army, they just have the name white army, but they are not really a real army as we speak. That is what I can say about that. Now I think I will give a chance to Brother William. I hold him for so long that he was about to say anything. I know the time is running and we are close to wrap up. I hope that we're going to wrap up here in Pacific time, maybe around 12. So we have about 21 minutes to go, so we can wrap up. But I will come back, give any of you 1 minute to express yourself in case if there is something in your mind you want to say. Brother William, if you can unmute yourself and just let us make sure that the issue of Upper Nile, we're gonna make a special day for it. So I don't want it to take our time a lot, but let us just focus, really put our thoughts in really is the implementation of the peace agreement is really being implemented for real, or what are we seeing from all the videos that we showed you earlier when we start. Brother William.
Thank you, Brother Fail, and thank you again. I just requested that I want to just say something in regard of what our brothers Abel Khan was saying. And thank you for Coach. You really said very important things. Generalization is not good. Yeah, but we are here to talk the truth. Even our God told us to speak the truth. The truth will set you free. That is God saying that one, And we, as a people of Southern Sudan, we are wounded. All of us, we are wounded. So the medicine for that injured or soul that has been injured, what is the medicine for it? It's very simple, reconciliation. Because how can you reconcile? I keep saying that one, and I mean it. There is two ways, confession and forgiveness. And then now, reconciliation. We reconcile and then we go back to normal life. But if there is no confession, there would be no forgiveness and no reconciliation. So if I just can use other countries that has been in war before us, because we are not perfect, we are part of human. We are here searching for the peace. So take, for example, World War II and World War I. The Europeans destroyed themselves. But when they sit down and look at the root causes of the problem, look at the Europe today. How many laws that has been legislated and policies just to prevent people from going back to war. In Canada, where we live here, we have every November 11, they call it Remembering Days, where people wear red puppy to remember, So today, as it was said, that the truth hurt, but it's better that we are hurt in order to go to find a solution. We cannot live all the time in fear and in defense. It's not a good life, So we need to acknowledge, to accept that, yes, we are wounded and we are looking for a solution for that. Rwanda has done something remarkable. They did the same thing and they are now moving forward, So for us, we should not shy away from mentioning those tough issues. Yes, they are very tough, but they are very important that it is very important that we mention them because we are looking for peace. Um, but if we are trying to hide it, it is very hard for us to sit down. We need to look at each other's eyes and then see what went wrong and how can we get back. In Canada here, they are doing the same thing. There is a peace, they call it the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions. They took it from South Africa, you know, and the same thing, we can do it in Southern Sudan, but it need to have a gut, as somebody mentioned, that we have to stand up. And nobody here, whether from Denka or from Shuluk or from Nuer or from wherever the tribe, we don't need to be told by other people. We just need to do our own research and find out what went wrong, and then be a leader of yourself to speak the truth. Advocacy, because one person can save life, you know. So when we come to talk, I know Pal don't want that we talk about Afro Nile issue, but that is part of a conversation too, because many things goes to Afro Nile. Just for the audience of our brother in Apadang Danka, not all Apadang Danka, I can say there is just few individuals. There are anywhere in any community in Southern Sudan, few people, you know. Danka has been living side by side with the Chiluk. Even if you go to ask them what is going on, they don't know. These people are good to live together. They marry together. You know, they host each others. But the few people among us, they are the one destroying communities. So when we said Agwelek, let us just look at the story. Why? You guys, when the mutiny in 1955, when it happened in Turit, it happened for a reason, and we all know that. When the Northerners start to realize that they are going to inherit the independence of Sudan, and then they start planning also how to dominate South Sudan. So they start already to redeploy the Southern Army to North. And then what was funny is that those people have to be brought from Equatoria to the North, but they must not carry ammunition with them. It's just empty gun. So for our people, they knew something wrong is going to happen. And then as a result, they decided to rebel. So you can see there is a reason. Why are you trying to take me to Northern Sudan without ammunition? And that is my homeland. And then it happened. Likewise, if we ask about when was Agwelek established and why, that is very important. And again, when was White Army established and why? As Pell mentioned today, that these people, they were just crying for their people who has been killed in Juba, and not Denka who killed them. It's just Matiang Anyor, which has been used by Salva Kiir. And then it victimized all of us. As a result, revenge. All in 2010, he started setting up the military resistance. Why? Let our brother in Apadang, ask themselves why. And Agdir was attacked not before 2010, 2009, 1 year before this. And Abanim, two coordinated incidents. 5 people was killed here, 7 people was killed there. No, when you retaliate because of what happened to you, if we go to the court and said, why did you retaliate? Yes, because you already hurted me. That is the reason. I got a reason. So why did you in the first place went and attack that person? Who started? So let us be just more responsible when we are addressing these sensitive issues by being open-minded, that we have to address it seriously, because there is nothing. We can just run, but we cannot hide. The history is there. So when we said Olong, 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 yes, we can say Olong, Olong, but we are missing the point. Why Olong rebel? The answer would be that Shuluk land has been taken. That's it. Shuluk land are under attack. Until we are talking today, that is another provocative. If we talking about the peace implementation that the international community is supporting, and the African oil and the people of Southern Sudan, but it's still, the issue of land is still coming there. No, you need to move or to relocate the Makal County outside. That is the problem why Olan is there. So if we want peace, or if we want Olan to give up arms, can we just forget this crazy mindset of just taking people lands? Can we just forget that? And then from there we will see where the problem will come. I think this is what we have to do. So for us, what we can do to move forward, because the time is already going, I will just share with you.
If you can summarize,
I'm handing, So we in diaspora, we have opportunity. There was a young man who went to the Senate and speak to senators in America recently. So he was asking America to help. We too can start mobilizing our MPs. And I'm saying this one, and I mean it. You know, we live in a Western world. It is up to us to use them. And there are many people who are Matianganyor or whatever, name them, coming to Canada or coming to America or coming to Australia, or trying to see who is talking, who is. And instead, we have also from Europe to Australia to America, we have to coordinate and hunt those people down with the local security here by exposing them who are there, because they are disturbing. People are talking about the peace. They have an evil plan by killing people in Juba and following people outside. And they are living a good life. Maybe they bought many good houses. We have to expose those possession to the local authority here. This is how whoever have a children starting outside because of the bloody money, those people should be located and exposed to the local security here. And it is part of our responsibility to coordinate our effort. That is one part of the way that we can also do something. Thank you, Pal.
So thank you, Brother William. You know, the time is going. I think what I will do, apparent from Brother Simon Chol that just came late, I don't mind giving him maybe 3 minutes to 4 minutes to share his thoughts with us. But for the rest, please just allow me. I will give you just 1 minute to make your remarks. If you go over 1 minute, I'm gonna unmute. I'm gonna mute you, and then the other person will speak. Please let us just keep it, because one thing that I can tell you, we agree several times. We know that we will not be able to solve the problem of South Sudan tonight. that is not possible. Or in case of those who are in Australia, we won't be able to solve the problem of South Sudan today. But it's good that we put our thoughts, we think about it, we come next time, we repeat ourselves, we digest ourselves, and then maybe through the repetition will make perfect, right? Till we come to our senses and we see the way very clear, and then all of us, we will just storm to that clear way and try to fix the problem of our country. Brother Simon, please, if you can just, I will give you, first of all, welcome to the show, Nile Nation Network. Maybe it's the first time to see you here, but I have seen you in other shows and things like that. So, Brother Simon, I will give you 3 minutes. Make your remarks. I hope you heard us, what we were been talking about it, the impediments of the implementation of the peace agreement in South Sudan. We show few videos, and even we show the readiness of the forces that was visited by the new governor of Warab. They were well equipped, and they have their everything ready for action. So anyway, that is the thing that we added while the Ministry of Defense is struggling to graduate even one training camps. They couldn't graduate that. So please, I will give you 3 minutes to 4 minutes, please, so I can give the rest 1 minute, and we close for the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to greet all of you, if you can hear me clearly. And also, I would like to greet those who are watching us online, and greet all of you who are in the podium here. I only have a few things that I want to address to our people. I know there's people who are really have heart and love this country called South Sudan, who cannot sleep like you guys. And I always say that those activists who talk about South Sudan, they are concerned citizens of South Sudan. And if we have a parliament that negotiate the problem of South Sudan like you guys are sitting right now, that country could not get into that label. But we don't have a parliament, and we call it a country. Just to make it short, because I came late, I'm sorry for that. But I just want to say a few things about regarding to those who are calling Matiang Anyor. Somebody, you mentioned earlier that what the statement of the chief of staff last time. I mean, no, not another. I was talking about the Makwelwet when he was talking about the White Army. The question is, if we talk about legit army in South Sudan, is Matiang Anyor is a legit army in South Sudan to be put as the army for the country, or is an army for just a certain group? This is one. If it's yes, like other people are saying, Matiang Anyor is a legit army for the country, so they can recognize them as a national army. Okay. So how will you differentiate the White Army, who stood against those who are innocent that was killed? Because this was trained in Barakazal just to protect the interests of JCE, not for the South Sudan. And today people are talking this is legit. And then if we want to implement this peace, it is good that we forget about anything, because what I do believe today, anybody who is carrying gun in South Sudan is not an army. I call them militias. All those militias, you don't call them by name like what Makwele said, White Army will return home as white as they are. What about those Matiang Anyor? Are they going to return home too? if we want this peace in this country, let us be fair and put things in the right way and forget all about this. What I mean about this is like we said, okay, all this militia who is ready to serve this country, we train them to respect the civilian of the country and abide by the rules or the law of the country, and then can be given authority as an army. Second to that, if we talk about the issue of the Upper Nile, somebody mentioned it before. It is also it's a big problem because the government itself, that we call it a government in South Sudan, they look at the Juba itself is the only country for the whole South Sudan. That's where they run everything, and they leave all those places. This is not the way it's supposed to be run. And people are preaching the hatred, telling those upper down people, your enemy is this, your enemy is this. In this world, if your enemy, if your neighbor, you don't maintain the peace between you or yourself and your enemy, I mean your neighbor, you are in a danger life. Because even if it's not your neighbor who attacks you, somebody coming from somewhere else, your neighbor will never stop them because he has no peace with you. I just want to tell Apadang people, just try to do whatever you want to do. You want to take the land of Shuluk. But if Shuluk are coming and there is Nur in between, Nur will never stop them because you don't make peace with your neighbor. The same thing to Nur. The only thing is, as a citizen of that country, we have to unite ourselves as people who have a dignity and love of that country to make it peaceful. Somebody was giving an example of Rwanda. Rwanda, they went through a lot of things. But when Paul Kagame came, he did not came as a Tutsi or a Hutu. He came as a president of all Rwanda. And that's what Salva Kiir is supposed to do. I'm just going to let you guys go, but I just want to erase that kind of behavior that people are saying Motianganyor is put as a legit army for the national of South Sudan. No. If you want to tell White Army go Abiat, let Motianganyor go Abiat the way they came to. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Simon. I let you go a little bit over with 1 minute and 40 seconds just to finish your points. That is good. So as I promised the rest of you guys, please maybe keep it in 1 minute. I don't want to stop you, but I want you to just be aware of that 1 minute, because really we need to go, right? We need to go. I see some of you who are far in the west, they are already sleeping right there. So without further ado, Brother Otto, 1 minute. Can you make your points? What will be the last word that you want to tell us or the viewers?
Thank you.
Or Salva Kiir himself. 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you. Don't interrupt me then. Let me try to put my 1 minute. Yeah. Honestly, difference between a human and animal is a communication. If we communicate, we can solve the problem. The problem we have is a human issue. It's a human created. So let me try to talk. I want to see the way you think and know the way I think. From there, we can be able to move forward. And this is why we have a Nile Nation Network. We're working on that. We need to understand ourselves. When you talk, I can understand you. That's the difference. Really, we need to understand. Human is communication. You say something, I'm listening to you. When you say something, when I say something, listen to me. This is how we can get to this board. For our discussion today, all what we mentioned here is true. But now, are we going to implement it? No, we don't have an authority to implement what we are talking about. The only person can be able to do that is Salva Kiir. Therefore, we have to unite and make sure we have legitimate forces placed so that we can be able to remove Salva Kiir. The only solution we have to remove Salva Kiir from the power, because he is not really capable to rule the country. And I will stop from here.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let us keep moving. My brother, a coach. How do you pronounce your name? Is it a coach or a coach? A coach, yeah, or maybe.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Go
I
ahead.
think it's good. Thank you. Maybe on this show you will learn the name of the Dinka and names of the Nuer. If you say a Kwach is a woman in Dinka. If you say a Kwich, it's a woman too. So,
so how
my
you
name's
pronounce your name? Huh?
A coach.
A coach. Okay,
Yes.
that's good. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wake up a little bit. It's good to talk fees, and I just came today talk for fees. There is some individual here in diaspora. I know them all. Maybe I miss some because I listen where I listen Chiluk, I listen, except the Equatorial language, I did not learn it, but Upper Nile language, all I know. So when we talk on the social media, some people really, I will repeat it again, they have to be careful for peace or for war. Why I'm saying that when the men want to fight, you have to fight for something you know. And sometimes you can fight for something you don't understand. But if you come to your sense that I'm fighting for no reason, then you can go back. White Army was not wrong to fight because they are going to the bench, because there was a whispering that people were being killed, but there was no agenda. So if the guy who controlled them give them agenda, tell them what they're supposed to do, they should be a national army. Why not? So my last message will go to my brother Simon Chol. When Simon Chol talk about Padang at the last, we as a Padang community, we never take fight against Nuer. Never happened. We did not take a war to them. And even to Shuluk. Our problem, the Padang, not all of Padang, there is a section who are, they are cheering the Malakal with Chuluk. They are the one who has the problem. But that problem should be solved through the peaceful, because they have a document. They have a book when the colony come there. Everybody know his border, how they come. So that one should not be violent, or take the gun and fight for it. That's the way I see it. So if you are outside Malakal or outside Upper Nile, you should not support the war and lean to one side. It means that you are encouraging the problem. So I'm saying that because I see many people, they are not from Upper Nile and they jump to this affair, which they are not a part of it, So thank you so much.
Thank you for seeing me. Yeah, you went over a little bit, but I know, it's good that we express ourselves. That's why sometimes I shy to stop somebody, because I know words are very important. Words are very powerful. But it's just for the sake of time, and we know that we're gonna come back again on coming Saturday with maybe the same topic or different topic. And sorry that we were disappointed today. It's very unfortunate that we couldn't get hold of the governor of Upper Nile, and we will try to work hard to get him next time. So without further ado, my brother Chol, that I don't have a last name or a second name. Please, 1 minute, please. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, my last name is Chol Dak, D-A-K.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, yeah. So I wouldn't talk much. What I can say to people of South Sudan, especially the unity government of Salva Kiir and his group, the only chance for us is peace. We don't have any other way around. If we want to serve our people, let us have a peace. Implement the peace of that was signed in 2018. Implement it in its entirety. Implement it in its entirety. Otherwise, our country will be in turmoil. A lot of people will going to die again. We don't like that. No one wants anybody to die again. Please, let's give our people a chance for peace. We need full implementation of peace agreement that was signed in 2018. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you, thank you, brother Chol Duck. Thank you so much. So without further ado, again, let me go. My brother Abel, please, 1 minute.
I just want to make record straight here to Brother Simon Chol. Simon Chol said that Apadang has been told that so-and-so is your enemy. I want to tell you that Apadang, I've never been told that Nuer or Kilug are our enemy. We are not enemy to one another. We've been living there peacefully for centuries, and there should be no need to be enemy. Second to that, Padang has never grabbed anybody left. That is for the record. You have to talk with the thing that you know very well. If I ask you today that one letter you're talking, you not be able to answer me that anybody left. So Padang are not aggressor community. Something that you should understand. Well, the topic of discussion is the impediment of the peace implementation is something that we all hope that the current government is not only the government of President Kiir. People should say that it's a government of national unity because SPLM IO is part of this government. And if there's anything that is not going well, of course, this should be goes to two principles plus other co-signatories in the peace agreement. Looking forward for next discussion, but we are all concerned what is happening in South Sudan. So taking side is something that I cannot condone and I cannot accept me being accused falsely. Why don't you have children take us to court? If you say that we have taken the land, whether in Heck or here in Canada or in America, they can open a case against Padang community, and then Padang will be able to to defend themselves because we are the accuser that we have grabbed somebody's land. Thank you.
Thank you, brother Abel. It's. I know you guys respond to each other, but it's good that we keep it also balanced, so we don't feel like we are attacking each other. I don't want this show to end up like every time we come, we start attacking each other. We have a big problem, which is the problem of South Sudan. It's bigger than me, and bigger than you. Is bigger than all of us, and of course, we need to be sincere here. When we come here, we're not gonna just show our muscles and things like that. Let us always think whatever message we give out, it should benefit our viewers and our citizen, so at least they can even help themselves to make a decision for themselves.
Correct people like Simon Chol when they talk about the issue that they don't know anything about it. When it comes to the issue of accusing the community of being instigating the war, that is not, it's something as a host for you to intervene, not me to defend myself.
No, I'm not telling you. I didn't stop you when you were talking, right? Because if Padang was mentioned, of course, but it's just in the long run, we need to understand what happened to the Padang. I live in Malakal for so many years. I never heard any issue about Padang. I go up to Akoko. I think I told a story before about me sleeping in Akoko for two days. When my dad was elected in Parliament in 1977, those who voted for him is what do you call it? Padang, those who are in Akoka, they call them what? What is the name? Dungjol. Yeah, right. So you know what? It's something happened, but we need to fix it. But we need to be truthful in what we say. Brother Simon, please don't attack Vilko. Don't attack Padang. I give you 1 minute to make also your final remark before we go to bed. Let's go to bed happy, guys.
All right, thank you. You know, they always said, the truth always hurts. Because, if I just say something about the government that we are calling now as the South Sudan government, first thing they threaten people. And that's what my brother was, his name is Koch, was telling people, like, if you are talking about something, you make sure you can fight for it. So that's the threat. But I'm not going to take it simple. People already know the behavior of that government. And we know also the agent of that government, wherever they are, in the social media, in all these countries where we're living, we know them. For me, it is very simple. Like myself, if you look at me like I'm picking a side of a political side, I'm not a politician. I'm always mention this. I'm an activist. That anybody who do the right thing for South Sudan, doesn't matter what side of South Sudan came from, I support that person. But if we talk about neglecting people, and also we are trying to support things that which are not right because they are A and Z, I don't go with that. Sorry, guys. As the issue of Padang people, we never hear all this drama that's happening right now, but the pressure is coming from the government of Salva Kiir, telling A that B hates you, and he give them arm. When Upper Down people could fight with the Nuer or Shulu, never happened like what you said. And I also tell people in the other Bargazar show, if you people who are called themselves Dinka, telling Apadang people just stand for the land of Melakal, and we will come and support you. By the time before these guys arrive, if we go to the guerrilla war that people are looking for, other Dinka will not reach Melakal before the Apadang.
We don't go there. We don't go there, guys. We don't go there.
I will touch it because that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, calm down. I know.
Simon Chol is speaking as Malakal. One fact that is from
No, I belong to that area. I cannot deny that. My mom from Shuluk, and I'm Nuer. Simple like that.
I'm also my mom from Shuluk.
This is not a Gaibon show.
My mom is from Shuluk. I'm related to them. Not only
Okay. So now, let us stop it right there. William Goldiet, please, 1 minute, and then 1 minute, please. Okay, and then we can go to bed, guys.
Thank you again for everybody, including our brother Apadang. We don't need to feel that we are outsider. We are here talking about commonalities, something in common that is paining in us all. So we need just to address it as the citizen of Southern Sudan. I think that is very important. And it might be more logical for us to just finger point at the problem. That's it. As I mentioned before, I think that is my position, and the truth is very, very important, because the lack of the truth is our enemies, all of us, So again, even if we are here to defend ourselves, just because I'm from Apadang or because I'm from Shuluk and then I just have to defend, we are more better than that. This is what I can say. I mentioned last time that Mandela said, I'm a man because I can conquer the problem, period. Can we conquer the problem? If it is a land issues, what kind of land we're talking about? Who will take the land? Just remember, Ottoman empires came. Where are they now? They shrink. They went back to where they come from. You have Roman, Empire and British. They gone back. They never take anything. The land is a given gift from God. Nobody can. We can just exhaust our method fighting each other, but nobody can take the land. So I think it's good that we can talk, we can disagree, but the truth must be first. Thank you. Pat.
Thank you so much. I know, guys. I sorry, I'm pushing you here, just because I know that we will not be able to finish the problem in South Sudan. I know, Mabori, you're there. I will give you your 2 minutes later on, so to let us go home happy and go sleep. So, Brother Chol, guide. Please unmute yourself and your final remarks. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Nile Nation Network host, Mr. Pell, for this wonderful media show. And thank you to our colleagues in the media today, as well as our audience. In fact, the issue of South Sudan is very complex. It is like what the people said what was said in the Bible, that the church is for who. Sometimes people misunderstand it. That if you go to the church, if you see a building, you will think that it is for the elders, it is for the pastors, but the church actually is like hospital. It is for the sinners. The hospital is for the sick people. It's not for the doctors who come and look after them. This is what we need to understand for South Sudan. Is for who? It is not for the elites. It is not for intellectual. It is for the ordinary citizens. Me and you can live everywhere, anywhere. But there are ordinary people who cannot go nowhere. They don't have the means. We have to advocate for them. We have to diagnose the problem of South Sudan. The problem of South Sudan, as we speak now, it is a situation of no peace and no war. These two things cannot work together. You cannot have no peace at the same time. You don't have there's no war in South Sudan, because if you go to South Sudan now, people are relaxed. They just want to grab any position they can find. Thinking that there's nothing, and people down there in the villages that are killing themselves. They are fighting themselves. They just want to keep the same status quo. And for us, we need to come above our differences. By saying this, I mean, if we have to go today to the streets and demonstrate that this regime must go, we need someone like Brother Akosh. We need someone like Brother Abelkon to come with us. Because yesterday, to be frank, you didn't join us. This is because you thought that there was no agenda, or it was a tribal agenda. But you can see it now that the government of Salva Kiir does not know who is whatever tribe, who is innocent, who is not. Everybody is suffering, and for it, for us to find a solution for it, let us join hands together. Let us demonstrate together. Let us advocate together, as well, like what Peter Biya did today. He said that, thank you very much. He said that there is need for something called generation exit. If this is what it takes, that we need to get rid of our old uncles, so that we can understand ourselves. If this is what it can take, so that we come to a peaceful country, that we care for one another, like Rwanda, please let's join hands together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brother Joel. Really, I hate it when I have to cut somebody off, but I know that we will be here for so long. Let us listen to Brother Mabor, as he was so quiet. in the control there, allowing us to come in and doing all this. Please, please, can you send us home without any problems, please, Mabur? If you don't have anything to tell us, no problem. You can just say goodbye or good night.
What do you guys want? You want me to say goodbye, or you guys? Is that right to you, or you guys going to scratch your head? Who want me to?
Just go ahead. Send us home happy.
Okay. Okay. You guys home happy. Thank you. You know, I'm so happy that we turned this show into an evening, although it became mute yourself. So it's giving an echo. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so what is going to happen here is that we come as a people of the nation who try to look for the solution. And the solution, nobody else can bring the solution. You don't ignore yourself when you go to bed. Always using for what will bring the country in the peaceful mean. And this is what we all needed. Leave about, oh, this is Masianganyor, or this is White Army, or, oh, there is young elders or people who are grouping themselves, calling themselves rebel, or, and this is the government. Our aim is how we can come together for a solution. Not the aim that I see, that I saw 2 days ago, which there is something called bench in the United States that does make me happy at all. What Peter Biar was doing, I'm not happy with it, because it's a work of Young Council of Elders that they was calling last year and say that, oh, this so-called national dialogue is calling for Riek Machar and Salva Kiir to step aside. And then they have to bring Biar as their own contender. And this is a blackmail to South Sudanese. And that will set us back to a beyond point. And if we want to block that, let's come into peaceful mean and let these two old guys go to election, and whoever defeated or they all got defeated, they should go home as if they defeated in the election. That blackmail that is being done, we the young people who are still calling each other as young people here, let's be careful on it. And thank you.
I thought that you're going to send us home happy and things like that, but you didn't do that. So I think I'm not going to say anything more.
A suggestion for me.
Suggestion? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes,
it's not going to be like what Mabor did, right?
I want you to make next topic discussion the generational exit. Let us come and talk about why Mr. K. Mabor is not willing to let those old guys go. You know, we are ready to take the lead. Why are you afraid that both Machar and Salva Kiir should leave?
It's a good one you bring.
Okay.
It's a good one that you brought.
This is a good suggestion. That is a good suggestion. That is a good suggestion. Yeah. We'll talk about it. Yeah. You know, what I say. No, don't do it. Don't say anything, Brother Mabur, because you know what? It's up to those two if they see really because of them we are suffering, and really they have to bring their political game to arrest and allow the young generation to thrive in South Sudan. So you know, I'm happy to see you all, and I'm hoping that next week with a different topic, or maybe a continuation with the same topic. I would like to see you again. It was a very enjoyment movement that all of us, we express our view. And I learned a lot from you guys. Thank you so much. For those who are in Australia, I would say good evening for you guys. And those who are in the West or in Africa, I would say I think also is a good morning or good afternoon. And for us here in the West, is become some of us midnight already or morning. I would just let you guys go in peace, and we will continue again. The problem of our country is not resolved yet. We will come to arrest our views when there is a real peace where all of us can enjoy our lives. Thank you so much, guys. I will let you go, and thank you, and see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Yeah,
Okay.
Good night.
Hey, what's up, sister? How you do? Hey, what's up, brother? How you do? Hey, what's up? Yeah, Shabab, my name is
أيوة بعدين نتكلم يا فندم.
يا شباب أنا تاني عندي كلام في جنوب السودان ديري سلام ديري أمان في
جنوب
ساوث
السودان.
السودان ديري سلام ديري أمان
Pray for Southern Sudan. That's true.
لجنوبي قالي ديري سلام أي
Yeah,
أنا
guys.
لكل زول قالي ديري سلام سلام في بلادي فرح يجمعنا الملي أحلي الكريم اسمعنا سلام في بلادي وفرح يا ربي يقوم لي أحلي الكريم اسمعني ديرو سلام كلنا قول سلام عينو ماما ماما ديرو سلام عينو جنا جنا ديرو سلام Selim Lomon, Baba Selim Lomon, Selim Lomon, Baba Selim Lomon. Yeah, 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 Junubin, Mesihi, Muslimin, Junubin, Jesh, Muaterin, Junubin, Dakatra, Muhandisin, Junubin, Musatafin, Siasi, Junubin, Musari, Musayadin, Junubin, Migenisawa, Salam, Salam, Yasin, Salam, Salam, Yasin, Salam, Salam, Mushtaqin. Ana Jerusalem. Kilima, kuna salam. I know mama, mama, Jerusalem. I know Jana, Jana, Jerusalem. Selim Lomon, mama Selim Lomon, Selim Lomon, mama Selim Lomon. Yeah, 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 Mama, how do you do? Hey, what's up? Mama, how do you do? Hey, what's up? Sister, how you do? Hey, what's up?